Sorry, just a second.
Oh, no.
And you're live.
Perfect. So welcome everybody to the Metatrack on Saturday, the 4th of April. We will kickstart with an amazing talk on blockchain and art by Stina, MP, and Beth. Welcome everybody, and take it away.
Hello. Hello.
The floor is yours, ladies.
All right, so welcome everyone. I'm MP from the Department of Decentralization, and we're here to present a short recap on our second research project. Our first research project on the intersection between technology and art, maybe not blockchain, but technology and art, was started in January 2019 with a discussion during GirlyCon. And then it was further continued with a paper in June 2019, where we presented our first assumptions on the matter. Turns out that the paper went really well. It created a lot of really positive reaction, but no actions were taken. So we decided to embark again into a second iteration and a deeper dive, combined with some some other stuff that we're doing, such as a game that's being led by Beth, who is here with us. And Stina also introduced a book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire. And we're gonna mash it up together and we're gonna discuss all of that. So without further ado, I'm going to ask you these questions. What do culture workers and crypto anarchists have in common? Well, they have in common that most of the work is actually born out of their frustration towards oppression. So, and this is only the very, very high level layer. So if you even explore it deeper down, you will find a lot of similarities. So I'm going to pass it to Stina so that we can kick off the proper talk. Stina?
Can I get my slide, please? So I've got two small notes just before I start the presentation. One, please do not hesitate to ask us any questions, but Beth, MP, and myself would really appreciate if you could save it to after the presentation. And two, in our first report, there is no such thing as blockchain art. We spoke about democratization of the art world. However, for the new coming report, we are going to reconsider that phrase, as we believe that it just simplifies the problems a bit too much. It's definitely something that needs to be done, but it's this and then also a lot more. Next, please. Next slide, please. So just looking at some of the problems in the art world, even before COVID-19 hit us, it was quite a problematic industry. And it was in need of a lot of systematic change. And since the beginning of this year, it's become even more problematic because all cultural workers has been hit really hard. A lot of contracts has disappeared, etc. But since this is a problem that's affecting not only the art world, but the whole world, I'm actually not going to focus on what we currently have, but I'm going to focus on what it looked like before this whole situation. And with that, it meant that precarious work is now the rule and not an exception. So what does this actually mean? Next slide, please. There's been quite a lot of active mobilization in the art world within the last few years. There's still massive problems of unfair wages in the sector, illegal unpaid internships, unpaid overtime, exploitation by institutions and bosses, and precariousness of freelance and temporary work. And there's still a really long way to go, and much of the reality for the workers within this industry is exactly this, that you are expected to take on internships for free, even though it's illegal. You are expected to take on projects for free, and you're also expected to be okay with extremely low wages. So we also have a thing called zero-hour contracts, which I know exists within other industries as well. But with that comes also no access to pension schemes, no access to paid leave or paid sick leave, or any other kind of security that a contract might bring. You can always have the discussion if a contract is the right way to go. However, in the current situation, I think that's something that's very, very tempting to go down, because it will actually give you more power than what you currently have. Next slide, please. On top of this, working with from the previous report that we wrote, it also has become very apparent that it's quite common that the industry itself is simplified to the fact that it's only made up of artists, but that's actually not true. It's a much more complex system, and what's even more complex is that a lot of people who's working within this industry does not only have one role, but they actually have several roles. So it can be a curator who's also an artist, who's also an administrator, or, you know, several different roles. Next slide, please. So in light of all of this, we at DoD has discussed a lot of what we can actually offer. And what's currently going on is that there is a need for a lot of alternative systems, but the vast majority of cultural workers simply doesn't know about the alternatives that we as a community can potentially offer. Next slide, please. So we've done a bit of wishful thinking, and this is kind of the solution that we would love to see, that we get together, our community gets together with all the new technologies that we know that we can then offer to the art world, and together with them identify problems which, you know, will kind of create a trinity that offers a solution that's actually sustainable. Next slide. So, like MP said, we have used the Pedagogy of the Oppressed as a frame for the current report. I'm going to pick out 3 quotes, which I think is really vital for us as a community, but also can be applied to the art community. An attempt to soften the power of the oppressor in deference of the oppressed almost always manifests itself in form of false generosity. So what does this mean when you think about the art world? Next slide, please. So for us, especially our community and collaborating with the art world, I think it's really, really vital for us to actually consider who we are working with. It might be very, very tempting to go for more established collaborators, but it might not necessarily be the right one, as they might see projects or solutions like this as more as a vanity project than actually really wanting to facilitate change. So I think first and foremost, actually just really identify the communities within the smaller communities, within the bigger communities, and from there choose the ones who's actually really who needs change and who will actually drive the change that's needed, and not just take on these kind of new technologies as a vanity project. Next slide, please. Must be forged with and not for. This is also something that is really, really important for us to remember, that we need to work with the communities that we're looking to help. Next slide, please. It's always really honorable to take interest within communities that's outside your own community, and that should be celebrated by all meaning. But I think also it's for us really important to remember to have active conversations with the communities that we're looking to work with. So in this case, the art world, because we at DoD believe that it's super important that we work with this community to identify the problems rather than identifying the problems for them. They need to be part of this process to just really help us understand what we can do and how we can do it to benefit them. Another thing that's also really important, or why we need to do this, is because by doing this, there's also a bigger chance that we will actually onboard them onto these technologies rather than push them away. If we go in and identify the problems for them, it is more likely that they might turn their backs on us and say, actually thank you, but no thank you. Next slide, please. So this diagram from the book really kind of sums it up in the way that we think that it's a good way for us to reflect over this, is that it needs to be both action and reflection together with the communities that we work with. And by having both action and reflection, it will lead to word, which means conversations, which potentially can lead to work and established collaborations, which, will lead to practice, and having theory really put into practice and tested. Thank you.
Beth, you're muted.
I'll pick up there for talking about what this can actually look like in praxis. So both in the concept of this game that we're developing, which is a speculative design and simulation game based on the open source work of Lagrange, if anyone is familiar with that. And maybe I'll talk a bit more about the direction we're going there at the end. But for thinking about, how do we actually approach the mechanism design and user design of this system, then, in order to protect the culture workers and these different members of the precariat, this intersection that we were talking about between the open source world and the world of culture workers, both as analogs for each other and as supporting each other, then I want to just talk quickly through several different ways of framing this that can be useful. So one is regulation as design space, the functional roles within the service ecosystem. And by service ecosystem, I mean, the services that are performed and the value that is created by those services, as well as, obviously the products generated, and what are the functional roles at every point of this supply chain and ecology, the gaps in value exchange and incentive structure across forms of capital. So that includes, obviously the labor capital of producing works, but also the social capital and reputation that's such an important element of creating work, starting collaborations, and organizing together in both the art world and open source world, as well as the resource capital in terms of access to space and whatnot. So, next slide. So one thing that, is turning out to be especially relevant right now with, things that are playing out with COVID is, what can we understand about how resources are distributed, how rights are recognized, how labor is compensated, and recognition of what Stina was mentioning about the fact that people in these communities often play multiple different kinds of roles, and all of them might not actually be represented in attribution networks and compensated accordingly. So, a way of doing that is looking at regulatory architecture. And so I'm going to run quickly through two examples that I think highlight this. So the first one being, in this situation with COVID where so many, people who are working in this ecosystem middle layer as freelancers, as creators, as, people like me who are community managers, like developer relations people, people whose job and livelihood is connecting, curating, resource allocation, the bottom, when the bottom falls out of, events actually happening, then, we, the people who create all the different aspects of, coming together and gathering in space, we end up having our livelihoods threatened. And it's been really interesting to watch in Berlin when, there's this, I forget what it's called, the allocation of funds for people who are freelancers who are out of work. And, it's been really interesting watching how that happened over the past week when I think it ended up being 250,000 people were, is that right? So somebody remind me, but we're applying for access to, these funds to help people. And, I think that is interesting in terms of what it shows about, regulation that is designed to help a certain group and provide access, to resources, because that means that the precariousness of access to those resources is recognized on a systemic level. And the fact that it's something that, is not guaranteed work, the importance of that work for creating the cultural fabric that influences other type of capital, et cetera. So it's basically, by the existence of, the defining functions of regulation, it acknowledges these different problems and the different roles played with it. But that also shows, the gaps to access of resources where, people who maybe rely on this type of freelance work for their livelihood, but fall into a regulatory gray area, end up being disadvantaged, like with what MP was mentioning on with, these unpaid internships, for example, like the fact of, the government enabling regulatory access to certain resources shows that, so much of the work that people do is not able to be quantified in, funds that can be given to protect it. So for example, people who have been trying to build up their artistic career or access to connections by doing unpaid internships, how do you calculate the sunk cost and opportunity cost, provided there? And, what that is able to kind of bring to light is, an aspect of a broken system in which, maybe reputation and social capital and, opportunity access plays an undue role that ends up obscuring, the value of the work that is being done in a way that can actually have funds directed toward people. And, to go on a different track, but in the same idea of regulatory architecture analysis, you can also look to what MP is going to go into very eloquently about intellectual property. So, if you are thinking about this ecosystem as an attribution network in which people are generating, and purchasing and, moving around property that's created, defining like intellectual property as something that can either be, contributed to the commons, but, bought and sold is obviously, interesting in terms of bringing up ideas of property rights and, replication and all these things that, they talked about really nicely in the work last year. But again, it also kind of reveals this layer underneath in which, if we are thinking about like work that is generated and labor that is performed as contributing to and increasing the value of property, that also means that, not recognizing and paying people for different types of labor within the system is rent-seeking and free-riding behavior, and, which obviously we have all talked about at length in blockchain, but I think, I really look forward to exploring this lens further in our research paper because, in terms of thinking, how can we support people in all of these different aspects of the commons that, is transmitting value through their work, et cetera, when are people rent seeking? When are they free writing? What is the work performed that they are free writing on? Because often, and if we go to the next slide, often that ends up being work of functional roles that are, number one, not necessarily recognized, and number two, are often performed by people who, going back to this framework of, like systemically recognized functional roles, people might only be getting paid for their role as, a gallery assistant, while also, performing curatorial roles, performing really important community organizing, like actually producing works themselves. And, we can't have an analysis of how to change the system and how to reduce this rent seeking and free riding without understanding the functional roles, how they connect to each other, and how, different individuals in the system can play, these different roles. And, I'm very lucky to be working with these two who have a greater understanding of, the different roles within the art world. But, what I have come to understand from talking to them is, within these supply chains of, between creators and, purchasers or whatever of art, then you have, people who have to actually handle the art, people who handle, the insurance and protection of works, like people who are, the handlers and shippers that are actually, moving these physical objects between spaces, and, those who actually handle, the ticketing and promotion and et cetera of events that means that people actually even have access to seeing this art, et cetera. So, one thing that I think is really lost, or that we think is, currently one of the issues that leads to this, like model of free riding is the fact that a lot of times, these individual functional roles that are so important for actually creating and disseminating value throughout the ecosystem are not recognized in, grant proposals and funds that end up, going to artists, especially in situations where, the middleman is being cut out from blockchain, et cetera. So, having a thorough and defined understanding of not only what the functional roles are, but how they relate into each other is super important for this like mechanism design of improving the system. So next slide. And, similarly, I already mentioned this a lot, but, as, you kind of perform this ecosystem mapping and like, situation analysis of what is happening, then the gaps start to emerge in the ecosystem and, choke points start to be identified in which, the like labor is being performed or capital is being used in terms of, this social capital of creating opportunities that lead to paid work or, performing the different functions that are necessary for, for example, a performer to actually make money from their work through selling the tickets and all of the labor of, content creation and community organizing that goes into there by looking through this model and, drawing in where's the gaps in regulation and or the gaps in regulation and of course the definitions that end up emerging from regulation, how do we then understand, which functional roles are not being adequately compensated and recognized for their attributions and contributions to the network, and how are they not being protected? For example, obviously being American, the example that always comes up is, with health insurance, it's like, if people are collating together all these different projects, but none of them provide a solid foundation of, enough pay or health insurance, how can we specifically make sure that people have access to these benefits to live even while, being in the precariat? So, and then the next slide. And then finally, the key part that brings together all of this and also, that MP will end up drawing in with this, framework of like recognizing IP rights. How do we identify the incentive structures that, create the flow throughout this ecosystem? So, if we are thinking of a space in which there are these different points that exist in relation to one another, what is the direction of, the power that is flowing through the system? And how can we design structures that account for these incentive flows, recognizing the rent seeking and free riding, but also recognizing, the different ways in which these types of capital, like, the labor capital, the social capital, the actual work product that's created interact with each other, to like honor the incentives that are already guiding people because people will, continue holding on to that, as like Sina, mentioned a little bit with like, people don't know alternatives. It's hard to even imagine that, alternatives, as we're seeing right now with kind of a collapse of the way things have always been, suddenly the space for more alternatives emerges. So we have the possibility to think of, as we rebuild from all of this, how can we recognize incentive structures that were in place before and react against them? So I think that was all my slides.
All right, so these are my slides. Basically, we're trying to look for a solution. And how do we sort this out? The simple solution would be cross-collaboration and pollination to protect oppressed creatives against the elites monopolizing markets throughout the protection of intellectual property. It sounds like a word salad, I get it, but there's more than that. So let's put it in the frame of protecting the open source developers. Protecting them and working on licensing will help protect this group from corporate takeover or technology of technologies that were once born out of this content and oppression. The crypto-anarchist movement was born out of this oppression, and we're seeing more and more people getting filthy rich and working on licenses that will eventually exclude us from doing very important work, and also taking over the incentive structures in a way that we will all become employees. So for a simple analogy to this slide is actually the Forbes 2007 article that said everyone's getting filthy rich and you're not. So you can Google it, it's out there. So basically, we started our work towards this goal of, figuring out the incentives between the art world and the open source world in January 2019. In June 2019, we released a report with the solution mentioned above. However, nothing happened. So yeah, the means self-explanatory. So let's talk then about the common fight, or lack thereof, for intellectual property protection. The art world is dominated by a few powerful ones, as Tina already said. Open source is most of the times unrewarding and exhausting. If you have been hustling for a Gitcoin grant right now, you can get what I say. If you have been working on open source for decades, you can also get what I said. You have also gotten exhausted because of incentives, because of frustration, because of not finding the right license. There's exhaustion all over in both worlds. Blockchain has been taken over by corporations, centralized institutions, and what I like to call nouveau crypto oligarchs that leave very little room for independent projects. The leaders that we once had, that were, born out of the oppression, that wanted to change the world, that proposed a new Web3, have now become filthy rich and are losing the mission more and more. And just like this analogy actually came from the current situation, just as the patenting system oftentimes denies access to people to essential medication, the obsolescence of intellectual property and licensing laws by the elites sever the bond between the open source developers, the culture workers, and their work. Once something doesn't belong to you anymore, you lose the sense of purpose. And this happens a lot, and we're trying to alleviate it. So what can we do? We have the potential to create a free market where ideas, work, information, and art can be exchanged from person to person, setting up the market conditions in a straightforward manner. There has been historical examples to do one thing or the other, but somehow the incentives were completely, they weren't really well designed. For example, like a very long time ago, maybe some of you remember, maybe some of you weren't even born. So Napster allowed free access to music, but forgot about the incentivization for artists. And then the big oppressors took it down. It wasn't the artist with the guitar. It was U2. It was Universal Music that took down Napster. So the small artists, even though they believed on free access or equal rights for everyone to get to music, they couldn't fight against that. And probably they didn't even want to fight. The same happened to the Pirate Bay and the big movie conglomerates and others. And then they accused people of bogus crimes, protecting themselves with the rights for the movie. And to be honest, the rights for the movie should belong to the artists, should belong to the writers, should belong to the makeup artists as well. And one example that I really liked actually came from my own team, the Golem team. So one of my colleagues, Radek, told me the story about how he developed Darta, which was a website in Poland in the 1990s that was a proper example of equal and fair access. So it was 1995, and Darta was one of the first web pages for the Polish internet where anyone could publish. There was some music, a lot of poetry, and electronic versions of scenes. Those scenes were originally DIY paper magazines multiplied by Xerox machines and sent by paper post. So obviously then the struggle between the law and equal access became too much. But this was a prime example how people could access the platform and do whatever they wanted and keep their creations intact. So I'm going to quote again The Pedagogy of the Oppressed by Paulo Freire. So more and more, the oppressors are using science and technology as unquestionably powerful instruments for their purpose, the maintenance of the oppressive order through manipulation and repression. If it rings a bell to you, and if it touches a nerve, then I'm absolutely right with my presentation here. So I'm just going to leave it for further thought. So why, like, if we find so many similarities between the creative world and us here, and we're also creative by all means, but you know, we try to not say the art world because you immediately think of you know, like proper elite art world. So we're going to talk about creatives. So why is it still not working? The crypto art marketplaces were at the start amazing. Even I got some great Xerox works that were probably from the start of the 2000s that were digitalized and put into Super Rare or other marketplaces. And then, like, slowly, the crypto art marketplaces began leaving culture workers behind to give room to crypto natives that wanted to tinker into art. This is absolutely positive, don't get me wrong. You know, the crypto natives are already onboarded, they're not afraid to take risks, they're playing, they want to make their art, and everyone has a right to express themselves. But giving the room to crypto natives only has left behind the proper onboarding of the culture workers. So it's still not fair, it's still not balanced. Then second, the art world still thinks that blockchain equals money, which is hilarious right now. So the previous years, we have seen a lot of examples of the art world trying to interact with blockchains, such as Christie's, or the platform Verisart that intended to give certificates built on top of blockchain, and a bunch on Ethereum as well. But none of them seem to be widely adopted. It's also because, you know, the art world it's not willing to learn. They just think that, you know, this is another strategy to get money, but they don't understand it fully. So yeah, these are the two main problems, and both of these groups are actually close to the authentic inclusion of the other. By authentic inclusion is, I mean, proper onboarding. Onboarding new users from a closed community is hard, but instead of throwing the towel, let's invest in education, show the art world that if they want a cut of the pie, they need to collaborate, not wait for out-of-the-box solutions, because actually nothing is out of the box right now in blockchain. And it was really frustrating also to learn that no one got the memo from our 2019 paper, even though it got a really good reception. And most importantly, there's no skin in the other game. In the other's games, it's as I said, you know, the art world needs to take active part in building, in helping build our technologies, and we need to be better at onboarding as well. So another quote from Paulo Freire: discovery cannot be purely intellectual. It must involve action. Not can it be limited to mere activism, but it must include serious reflection. Only then it will be a practice. So work on what needs to be worked on. Don't rely on another group to grow your fortune and then throw them away. Intellectual property protection and blockchain smart contract technologies are actually a perfect match. So we should leverage this. A workaround. So let's think this simpler. Blockchain wants more users. Culture workers want more freedom, and we all need intellectual property protection. So am I the only one here saying that there is a perfect product market fit that we are constantly in the blockchain world searching for? And why aren't we doing anything about it? So I'm just going to leave that as an open question too, because I think that we found a really good workaround, and we should all think collectively about this. So just as a closing remark for my section, I actually took inspiration for my section from the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto. I didn't take it from the art world. And it's crazy to see how everything overlaps and how everything falls into the same category. We're being oppressed. The oppression is around intellectual property. So I'm not going to read this quote because it's very long, and also, I guess that everyone has it. It's not the Cypherpunk Manifesto, it's the Crypto Anarchist Manifesto. It talks about cutting the barbed wire around intellectual property. So let's cut the barbed wire then, let's work together to do this. And okay, so thank you. That concludes my section. To learn more, visit the website that's right down there below, or catch us on Twitter for the report number 2 release. Beth, you have something to say too?
Oh yeah. So, and then also, I briefly mentioned this speculative design game that we are making around all these. So, if that is something that you're interested in, we'll also be sharing that kind of along with the report, and also co-creating this kind of framework of, trying to understand and get perspectives from, throughout the world of both open source and culture workers for, how can we model, some potential solutions in the framework of this game, and, what are some of the mechanisms we talked about a little bit for, actually having regulatory protections for the commons through through people working in the commons through intellectual property, but also identifying the problem space. So, we really welcome collaboration on that, and we'll share more materials about that and a way of potentially playing this game remotely if that's something people are interested in. So.
That's great. That was a great way to kickstart Metatrack. Super interesting, and also very, very good for screenshotting. The slides were amazing with all the quotes, so well done, guys. Grace actually posted 2 questions in our Metatrack Discord. So Grace, do you want to ask them live? One is for Beth and the other for MP.
Oh, sure. I love being in the spotlight.
Hi, Grace.
Good to hear you, Grace.
So the first question was, and they're related to one another in some ways. So the first one was for Beth about mechanism design. It seems like everything that we're talking about is inside the world of money. And money has a mechanism design about it that actually causes the problems that you're talking about. And if we're, like some of these intrinsic things about money, for example, money is created by debt. That's how 95% of the money is created today. And we don't value things with money. You don't measure, wow, that's beautiful, or that inspired me. You don't pay for that, right? So these are mechanism designs that are intrinsic in money. So my question is, if you were going to redesign money, what would that look like? Because I think we can, right? We're in the crypto industry. How would you redesign the mechanism called money? Because as long as we keep trying to fix this inside the mechanism, I think we're going to be stuck.
Well,
sorry, but I know you can handle the tough questions.
I mean, I don't know. I am currently in a space of feeling like a lot of our experiments with redesigning money are like not working out so well in the blockchain space in terms of, helping like creating enough stability for, people to be able to live, in an accurate way. So I guess, on one hand, looking at why a lot of crypto efforts have been failing, and the second layer of like organizing around tokens is not working out so well. But I would say, the other thing, kind of going back to analyzing, incentive structures based on different types of capital. I mean, a dream that like I have, and I think we've talked about a lot is, increasing recognition of and access to, types of systems where, labor is able to translate directly into access of resources without necessarily an intermediary. And, a great example being, in spaces where people are able to have access to, a work trade, for example, where, people are able to have access to a space, through like a residency model or through performing labor for the space in order to then, have access to the network of people there, the, resources for creation that are there, being able to have studio space or workspace, et cetera. So, one thing that I'm kind of hoping to see with this increased instability that has happened is, focusing more on, what are the very direct ways that performing, different services, creating, different things is able to then translate into the things that people actually need that, is being drilled down a lot in terms of, access to healthcare, access to, a certain level of stability for, paying rent and all these things. So, I would say it's less about like reinventing money and more thinking, how can, a direct peer-to-peer exchange of resources, fill in for situations where money is failing.
Okay. Awesome. So my other question was for Maria Paula, and that was about, I have a real concern, like it's not about necessarily, there's nothing wrong with taking out the middleman and having peer-to-peer, but I'm really worried because when I look at what happened with the peer-to-peer networks in the recording industry, the amount of money in that industry dropped. So even if you divided all the money evenly among all the artists, there might not be enough for everybody. And it might even go down. So I'm concerned that this redistribution that you're talking about isn't addressing the problem that's really there.
You're absolutely right. Actually, if you see it with Spotify right now, the amount of times played that people need to play every song for an artist to make some minimum money is absolutely crazy. I'm not sure of the figures right now, but it's absolutely crazy. And but the good thing is that they can put their money out there. So it's not only our job as open source people to develop these platforms or whatever you want to call it. It should be done in conjunction with the industries. We shouldn't expect to do all the work. That's unfair. And if they want to keep the market going as it is, which is already a declining market because the record industry is basically non-existent right now. It's been taken over by streaming platforms that are not necessarily fair, as I pointed out. Then, we need to establish a work stream that's sustainable for both parts.
I'm going to fill in on this as well and just talk a bit more about the art world as well, because there's a lot of thoughts and experiments that's currently going on with exactly this, thinking about how can you redistribute money and opportunities, because there is a big pool of money in the art world. However, it's extremely concentrated to a very few players, like Maria said, or MP said before. And I think one thing that's really important with this open source and these kind of experiments that's going on with our community is to actually have these conversations with the communities in the art world or in the music industry, because there is a lot of work that's already being done that we can benefit from and that we can gain a lot of understanding from, but also where we can actually help them to push these projects into kind of right place where they want to be and where they can benefit from the technologies and the knowledge that we have.
Does that answer your question, Grace? Yeah? Excellent. Great. Do we have any other questions in the room right now? Feel free to ask them live. I haven't seen any others in the Discord. Great. Well, thank you so much. That was incredibly interesting. And again, I'm very keen on continuing this conversation, and I'm sure we all will. So thank you so much. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
We'll continue
Thank you.
the conversation on Twitter. But yeah, thank you so much. And continue working on this. I'm excited to see all of the iterations at, I'm sure, the next virtual conference. until we're able to actually meet in person again. Who knows when that will be.
Yeah.
Bye. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Great. So now we're going to have a little break for about an hour and a quarter. The next session in the Metatrack will be at 1 p.m. GMT +2. Remember, always GMT +2. In the meantime, you have Danny Ryan will start in 15 minutes in the Parallel Society room. The other talk happening in the Crypto Economics Lab will be Michael Bounds with a keynote, so you can head over to that room. We will reconvene in the Metatrack at 1 p.m., so in about an hour and a quarter, like I said. I'm going to leave the schedule here just so you can see what the lineup for the day is. In the meantime, also, if you head to noncon.interspace.chat, there is on the bottom left-hand side, there's a space for you to click to claim your POAP token. So go in there, enter your ETH address, and mention whether you're a participant, whether you're a speaker, so that we can get you some very cool tokens. And with that, I will see you again in about an hour in the Metatrack, where I will be talking about Community 3.0. There's a slight adjustment to the schedule. So I will be chatting about communities and how, the current climate is affecting those, how the evolution of communities has, weaved its way through all the different stages of the internet, and also what is happening right now with this crazy time, maybe the new normal. So I will see you in about an hour. Thank you, everyone. We're going to give it another few minutes for people to come in. And yeah, we will get going. There is a slight change of schedule, so Peter Pan can make it now because of time zones and so on. But what we're going to do is we will move my talk, which was going to happen later on today, all about community. We're going to host it now, and then just carry on. The rest of the schedule is unchanged, but we'll give it another 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll get going. Okay, so I'm going to get started here, and we're going to see if more people join. But essentially, what I want to chat about is how we evolved from a community 1.0 to community 3.0. And obviously, this is something that is, I think, very relevant to the times that we are, experiencing now. I think it's very relevant to see how we've evolved from something that was very, very tied to a physical space. If we think back on communities, and as you can see from your typical definitions of community, they were very much tied around the region that you are in. You belong to a community because you were born in a particular space and you lived in a particular place. And so what I like to call this is really community 1.0. It's that very, very beginning of community as a term, as a concept. And from here, it was only going to evolve, particularly with the rise of the internet, and now obviously with our crypto space. So one-dimensional to three-dimensional, I think the community 1.0 was very, very one-dimensional because it was so steeped in this physical realm. Community 2.0, it evolved slightly where it kind of got extra layers added onto it. So we went to community 2.0, which then was a body of people or things viewed collectively, and obviously the implications and the connotations that come with that. And community 3.0 really, which I think we are at right now, or certainly we are beginning to see the birth of this community 3.0 is this 360-degree human approach, where we don't just fit into a group, but rather we choose to belong. It isn't a passive situation that we find ourselves in, but rather it is a proactive choice that we make and that we create for ourselves based on this process of self-discovery and what we value, what we don't, what we're passionate about, what we want to do. And the crypto community certainly is a very, very good example of this community 3.0, because we are all here based on our beliefs, based on what we feel is important for us to build, for us to redesign, for us to reshape in terms of models, in terms of recreating or redrawing the status quo and improving it. This is a quote that from Tim Berners-Lee, because I think the internet has been so important in this evolution, and actually it caused potentially this evolution, or certainly was the fuel for it. It is the fact that when the internet was created, it was for everyone. But obviously around Web 2.0, we kind of lost that control. And we kind of lost it to these powerful forces. They use it for their own agendas. And this is something that the guys earlier in the Metatrack talking about blockchain and art and intellectual property is very much about this. It's clear that we have lost control a little bit, and to bring it back and to make it, the web for everyone again through our community 3.0 is something that is not only doable, but it is necessary. Because again, we go to the crypto community, we have been very lucky to kind of have the opportunity to have all the events and a lot of IRL interactions that, spawned many different ideas and many wonderful projects. But how do we now go from there, and non-con and intercon before this are key examples of this? How do we maintain that human connection in these virtual societies and in this virtual realm that we have now been flung into, and kind of forced into, where more and more people crave that authenticity and that connection, and a lot of people are feeling right now certainly that isolation that I think we as in the crypto community have felt at different times ourselves for quite a while, because we are used to working remotely. We are used to working and collaborating across geographies. But really, how do we recreate or try to establish the human connection that we had in our IRL experiences in this virtual setting? What is happening as well as a result of this is we are moving from this very, very centralized setup of these connections, of these abilities to collaborate and connect, we're moving from those geographical, again, restrictions where we used to always go to an event in a certain geography, in a certain space. If you could make it, great. If you couldn't, tough. Today, what we're seeing is all of these nodes. Really, what we're doing right now is pretty damn decentralized in terms of these connections and the community and how it's evolving. And then, actually, one of the key questions is, how do we get even more, empowered to do even more without reliance on a single point of control or a single point of failure, right? So this is actually a pretty good illustration of how we're moving from a centralized eventing space to a decentralized one. So, maybe this was all meant to happen. One of the main things, I speak about this when we're talking about building communities, because I think, we're seeing that community is actually incredibly important. And this whole crypto situation is about communities. And actually it should be about empowering communities. We still have a long way to go, but what we are seeing, especially now that we are being pushed in this virtual space and trying to recreate a lot of the collaboration and a lot of the culture and a lot of the interactions that we had around the events in our calendars, we need to establish those tools that support communities. And so number 4 for me and number 5 are incredibly important, and actually are the key to Community 3.0. So these tools and these strategies, this again, non-con is a great example, and Interspace before that, and there will be many different great conferences this year, are all about how do we find better tools, how do we find better technologies to essentially make sure that our community thrives, that we keep empowering communities, that we keep creating communities and supporting them. And so involving the members is incredibly important. I am emceeing this track today because, again, it's what we do. We collaborate and we help each other out, and involving each other in what everybody in what each of us are doing is incredibly important to keep that connection and keep that collaboration going. And so if you look at the hierarchy of community needs, we are obviously definitely innovating within the community and innovating through the community. Again, these experiences, these virtual conferences are all about that. They are about innovation, and they are about coming up with solutions for a situation that we have been forced into, but by no means do we or should we feel hindered by. Like these are the times when innovation comes through the community and within it. And so empowering people and delivering value, I think this is a very, very important piece where the more we talk about power and the more we talk about, hey, we need to do away with these power struggles and people using power for nefarious reasons and, benefiting the few versus the many, I feel we need to switch from thinking about power to thinking about empowerment. And one of the main things that I'm very passionate about, and one of the main reasons why I am in this space is all about empowerment and empowering individuals and communities to do more, to achieve more, to be able to access resources in terms of information, in terms of money, in terms of education that the current system just does not offer them, and to deliver that value that right now is completely removed from their grasp. And so I think this Community 3.0 and what we're doing here, and the more we think with the community in mind, and the more we think about how we can empower other people, that is where us as a crypto community can actually deliver that value. And one of the things that really struck a chord with me when we were at East London, and Albert from the EF did his keynote. This is one of the main things that he drove home, was that this is the first time in a very long time that so many parts are accessible of the computing stack are not only accessible, but are being worked on in a very practical context. And I think that practical context is what we need to continue pushing forward and continue to focus on, because again, if this community is to thrive, and if Community 3.0 is to thrive, we need to make sure that we build things with the user in mind. We need to make sure that we build solutions for genuine problems, and that we empower others to do the same. And I think the Dragon Quest, Metacartel's Dragon Quest hackathon that is happening this month, and many other hackathons, very open to a lot of different archetypes, very open to a lot of different people coming in and figuring out what problems they want to solve, what do they want to build, and then ensuring that they have access to resources and are able to collaborate will ensure that we achieve this and actually, turn this into our favor. And so the keys to this community is this accessibility, is the fact that it should be open to everyone. It should be about engagement and incentivization. I think this is one of the key parts of being able to reward people and deliver that value. It is very much about getting people transferring value, essentially. If somebody creates value, they should be rewarded. And that transfer of value needs to be incredibly simple. The reason why I say this is because one of the main examples of this empowerment and what is possible right now is an example that I essentially kind of mix the two different projects that I'm passionate about and that I work in. It's about being able to support somebody that isn't being served by the current system. So as an example, Brandon, who is part of the Bounties Network community, he started working on bounties to earn a living because he is homeless. He lives in Phoenix, Arizona, and he is homeless. And like I say, he started doing bounties to earn a living and then cashing out at crypto ATMs. At some point, I noticed that he wasn't really fulfilling that many bounties anymore. And so I messaged him and say, hey, are you okay? Is everything okay? And he basically mentioned that the straggly old laptop that he was using had finally died a death. And so, he wasn't able to work like he was doing before. And so what I did was simply put up a 30-second video on the Peepo app and said, do I know anybody in Phoenix, Arizona who might also have a secondhand laptop? Nobody was from Phoenix, Arizona, but what happened was within 48 hours, I had over $250 that people had sent me within the Peepo app, which is a layer 2 application, so that I could then turn the money into an Amazon voucher, send Brandon the code, and he would buy a laptop, which is exactly what he did. So I was able to transfer those, to exchange the Peepo tokens within the store for an Amazon voucher, sent him the code. He bought a laptop, got it delivered to an Amazon pickup point, and now the local library lets him store it overnight so it doesn't get stolen or damaged. And I think these are the key applications that we're talking about, those practical applications, and they also are empowering and offering opportunity and choice. And I think this is an illustration of that redesign that we're talking about, that opportunity that is, again, potentially accessible to everyone, not just the few. So these are, just an illustration, a very simple and straightforward one of how we can deliver that value and how we can empower people to do more and access those resources that currently are just not open to them. And so coming back to the community element and to the current situation is how do we recreate this? What we're seeing here, this is an image of the DEF CON scholars in Osaka last year. How do we recreate this in the virtual space? How can we enable those connections, enable those opportunities within this current situation that we find ourselves in? And hey, maybe this is even better. Maybe this could be grown exponentially. We could reach so many more people because we do not have the element of in-person connection, in-person attendance. So potentially this is something that we can use to our advantage. Potentially this is something, this situation where everything is virtual can be used to our advantage. And so again, coming back to Tim Berners-Lee, I think when something is incredibly creative, like the web, I think the limitations truly are just in terms of imagination. We at this point are able to build, are able to collaborate, are able to create improvements, are able to create products and projects that will genuinely redesign current models. And I think we should all be doing that across hackathons, across figuring out how we can deliver value, whether it's in metagame or whether it's in other projects. This is the time to do that and to bring forward this community 3.0 that we're chatting about based on empowerment and value. And that is it from me. If there are any questions, I'm aware that we are very limited in terms of people here, but if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them. If not, the next talk will be in about 40 minutes. And that will be, and I'll pop the schedule back on. In the meantime, it will be Alessandro Mario Lagana-Toschi and Marco Vassapolo talking about the next wave of DApps without founders. I'm very keen to hear about that. I think it will be very interesting. But yeah, let me know if there are any questions. If not, we can just move on and wait for the next talk.
Well, I just wanted to say thanks for the talk. Maybe to have a feedback, like you were speaking just by yourself at the beginning without any videos of the people from the chat room. How actually do you feel? It's like, since we're talking about like communities, and I mean, it's a bit like it's non-physical. You don't have images. You barely have sounds. So yeah, it was actually quite nailing how interactions can be built and question extra on chat room, having people just kind of being ghosting around.
It's a weird one. Like, I'll be honest, and this is something that I've talked about before. It's very, very different from speaking in front of an audience and seeing the response that they have to what you're saying, whether it's a nod, whether it's a smile, whether it's, somebody stopping what they're doing and actually listening to you. And you can get that read of the room, which just doesn't exist in this virtual space, right? And I think it is difficult because you're kind of, without getting cues from the audience, you're unable to sometimes make a remark or make an observation about the environment. So let's take ECC as an example. We had a lot of back and forth and a lot of banter about the guy who was streaming the talk, and he wasn't at his post yet, and so we were wondering he was, and so on. So that, those cues are just not here. And I wonder if the virtual, the virtual spaces like crypto voxels and so on will create that. I'm not sure they can, because right now, certainly in the shape that they're in right now, because yes, you can see, you can see the, 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 the avatars and you can see these weird entities, but again, you read no cues. You don't see.
Yeah, definitely.
And so it's going to be an evolution. That's going to be an evolution as well. I think we will have to create certain things because of need. And need is the greatest motivator, right? When you need something, you go out and create it. And potentially, like I say, maybe this is a terrible, terrible situation, but potentially it will make people create these solutions. I'm not quite sure what they will look like, but I think we have to do better, because right now we're just using a lot of different tools that weren't designed for this. Like if you
definitely, like that's the case. This non-con in the space. It's quite amazing.
Like this is a great example, right? But everybody, just even outside of the crypto space, everybody's now being forced to get on calls and so on, and they're using Zoom. Zoom is an enterprise product, right?
Yeah.
It's designed to have wide audiences and be able to have that interaction. But again, this is an evolution. This is a work in progress, and I think the more we think about it and the more we learn out what works and what doesn't, the closer we get to.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you're in a hurry, or because I've got like a couple minutes to chit chat talking, unless you want to see another conference. I don't know. So
there's there are a couple of other rooms, but yeah, we can chat a little bit more. Like I say, the next talk here is in about half an hour.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but you may be interested in other conference that are starting soon. So
the other talks.
Yeah. Okay. So briefly, you probably saw me like in the meta game or probably Colony, and I've been a bit digging around. I'm contributing to this project called the Mana Box.
Okay.
And it is crowdsourcing information to make a rating for corporations that have impacts on forests.
Okay.
And the idea is to give this information to the finance sector so as they can make more aware decisions.
Okay.
And so it's quite a techie project, but it started with people not really techie, and we come to a point where we need to gather or at least to find tools for local communities, but that are widespread around the globe, especially around the forest sectors.
Okay.
And so, I was kind of looking at the Discord channel, how this tool can make interactions, or the idea is to find like the different layers you can pile up, so people have in ties and get some belonging to the community and the project as well. And so that's the beginning. And I mean, your talk was quite interesting on how you can start a community and what you need to make sure to gather people around your journey as well.
So I think that the key aspects with creating a community is what is the vision and the purpose of that community. And it has to be higher than making money, or higher than, let's say, benefiting a small pocket of people. It has to be broader, because that is what inspires people, and that drives people. If you look at things like religion, if you look at things that are, philosophical trends and things like that, it is because even crypto, right? It is the belief in the ability to do more and something a lot greater than just speculating on the price of ETH, right? And I think when you create a community with a very, very clear vision, a lot of people will come in because they believe the same things that you do, or on a spectrum of belief.
Yeah, definitely,
And then what can be achieved together. And I think that understanding that it is something based on collaboration, that everybody has a voice, that everybody can contribute, that everybody is the same in terms of who they are, in terms of what they can contribute, in terms of the value that they can provide is very, very important. So that sense of belonging really comes from that. And looking at, for instance, the Bounties Network community, one of the reasons why we had the Bounties Network very, very open in terms of what the bounties were for is because we were really open to anybody who wanted to contribute, to collaborate, to work on something, to essentially complete tasks, projects, get involved. It's important because you are providing or looking at creating an opportunity and a choice.
Okay.
Right now, a lot of people don't have a choice in what they're doing, right?
Definitely. Just a last question, probably on my side, will be like at the beginning of creating this community. So I'm taking the example where I've started like the Discord chat, and we'll probably be feeding the Discord chat like some task and what you can do easily and to onboard. Any feedback regarding tools you've used on not similar project, but on community-based projects, and what are the pros and the cons? Just for my experience, I've been quite interested like with Discord and combining with SourceCred was like the whole thing with Colon Extra. But yeah, SourceCred and Discord were at some very appealing value contribution and accounting as well. So
I think Discord is definitely very good for making sure for the, I guess, community management, right? But beyond that, and obviously inviting conversations and involving your community members. But I think what is incredibly, incredibly important to do is to actually really create engaging opportunities for the members of the community, for new ones, for existing ones, to tap into conversations in a scenario like this, whether they are local. So for instance, wherever your community members are, encouraging them to have live discussions with people within their own community and see how that vision of your community, how does it apply locally? Are there any local issues or regional issues that you may not be aware of, but the people on the ground could potentially tell you, right? To solve them together. It's very important because this back and forth and this dialogue is what will inform the evolution of the project, is what will inform the evolution of the community, without you assuming one angle or one perspective and discounting the others. Having this dialogue and the opportunities to have dialogues, whether it's community calls every week, whether it's Q&As, whether it's AMAs, whether it's whatever you want to call them, it's really just a discussion. It's a dialogue. And keeping that open and making it a very, very purposeful engagement is very important. It's important for you, and it's important for the members of the community, because that is when they feel their contributions and their ideas are valued and are important. And I would also introduce incentives, because incentives are incredibly, incredibly powerful.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Whether they are monetary incentives or whether they are some sort of reputational incentives within that community and potentially the broader community, those are things to think about. Because again, quantifying engagement, quantifying and valuing inputs, valuing action are very, very important pieces, particularly when you go, through different types of regions, through different backgrounds, through different ways of approaching community. Because again, let's remember, all of us probably have a slightly different definition of community, right? Some things are the same, but certain things, depending on our experiences of it, will be different. And I think being able to allow for those differences and actually encourage them, because that's where discussion happens. That is where being considerate when you build something is all about. And whether, again, in terms of tech, whether you use all of the different video technologies that are emerging now, like obviously not Zoom because it has all these privacy issues that we're now aware of, but there are so many alternatives. And actually, I'm putting together a little list of all of the ones that I've tried in this video setting, because I personally believe that the video setting is essential. Tech get you so far, but having like a conversation like this is important.
And maybe a question on because you in terms of incentives you mentioned like can be like reputation and financial, but it seems like there is this social interaction layer that is missing, and that is not that has some quite friction yet today to value. It's a bit like being in a room where you will have a one-to-one conversation with someone because you enjoy it, but in a chat or even in like community call, like we're having this discussion, the one-to-one, but probably like someone, if we would be in a physical space, would be having the same conversation or would like to have this kind of conversation. And I haven't found any tools or beginning of solution on this one.
I haven't either. One of the things that I was chatting to the ETH Global guys about is, you know, when you do a talk or a workshop, you then have a pool of people at the end will, you know, gravitate around you and you have a conversation. And everybody contributes something. Everybody then says, oh, this, oh, that, which is super hard to do with a raise your hand or, oh, let me just start talking. And then you're like, who is that? So I haven't seen a solution for that yet. And I think it will probably be the most difficult thing to crack in the whole thing. Because one-to-one is fine. But how do you recreate that genuine engagement and passing of ideas that flows so naturally when you are face-to-face or when you are close to each other in this space? I don't know. I'm very much waiting, and I'm thinking of what the dynamics might be, and I'm thinking about what the different options might be, but it's definitely a work in progress, and it's not even like, it's not even at the beginning. It's like so okay, cool. You and me both. We're both looking for the same thing.
Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you so much.
See you soon.
Thanks. Right. So thank you so much, everybody. Like I said, next up we have Alessandro and Marco, who will start. Let me just share my screen again quickly.
Hey.
Oh, hey. They're here already. There we go. So you guys, do you want to tell us quickly what you'll be chatting about in the next 20 minutes. So we'll have 20 minutes and then you guys are go. But you want to share real quick what we'll be diving into?
Yeah, it's a crazy research on Ethereum. Can you, Marco, share the screen for our...
I'm here, guys. Yes, I can share the screen. So just give me a second. Share.
It's at the bottom left.
Bottom left. Okay. I was seeing to the bottom right, which is not a good thing. Okay.
Perfect. So just give us a very quick description, because we will go live with this on the dot so that people don't miss it.
Okay. So it's about to research for a new wave of startups. They don't need founders or owner of the DApps, but everyone can join the code and can build it anonymously. This is what we're working on. This is our goal, yeah.
Very cool. Okay. So like I say, we have 20 minutes. One of the main things that I'll say is if you get any kind of trouble with your connection, you have the 3 dots at the bottom right this time, Marco.
Yes.
You can manage your video quality. So if it's in HD and your system is fine, then great. But if you ever feel that your connection is a little bit slowing down, move to standard definition. So just
thank you.
Quality and move it to standard def. That will be
in the settings, right?
Yes. So the 3 dots in the setting. No, you have it manage video quality.
Okay.
Down. And then
manage video quality. Okay. I'm sure that I have to be low definition because I'm in Italy and connection are weird here. So
I'm Italy too.
Very
but
weird.
Connection is better.
Where are you guys?
Bologna.
Ooh. Is everything? I mean, you're okay. Clearly, staying inside, staying safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
I never been out of my home since a month from now.
Oh,
so, yeah.
Which is why you're like, okay, what? Let's do this virtual conference. Let's talk about startup without founders because we can't meet up anyway. What I'll say as well, Alessandro, if you want to type your name just at the top, again, just above video quality, so people can see that it's you. Marco,
sure.
So just
I think I already did it.
You did. I can see it.
Okay.
Okay, got it.
So you're good.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay.
So I think we're pretty much set up. If you wanna chat about things, anything on your mind. What's the weather like outside?
It's good today. It's very good.
I know it is the same. So I'm in the UK, and literally this weekend it's going to be 20 degrees outside Celsius.
Good.
So everybody's going to be crying inside, looking out the window.
The interesting thing is that here last week is Norway. So
wait, what?
Yeah, snow here. So I have a ton of snow out of my home. And,
wow.
And today it's like 22 degree and sunny. So that's how things change very quickly now.
You do change.
There's no middle season now.
Very cool. And also, it's just like day by day, right? Snow today, snow tomorrow. I mean, keep us on our toes. Another interesting thing that I was chatting. Oh, actually, it snowed in Berlin as well. This week or last week. So maybe it was around the same time when you guys had it, because it definitely snowed there.
I don't know. I don't exit from my home.
We are focused to working to let everything works.
Yeah.
For today.
I mean, yeah. That's a good focus. Small focuses, small tasks for each day. Make it work. What we'll do as well is I'm going to be monitoring the Metatrack chat in Discord. And if there are any questions, I'm just going to get the people asking the questions to ask them live so that we can have these conversations that Ben and I were just chatting about, this kind of actual face-to-face or screen conversations and get them a little bit more the feel of an IRL situation versus just having everything in text. We need more voice and video.
I don't know if, and regarding people, the project you're contributing, because I got in touch with what's the Jason now?
Yes.
Yeah. And I didn't get exactly what is this about. Apart that many crypto persons from this community are joining this, but what is the idea? Is like to share some content, or
so the idea with it in the very beginning was essentially all about, like I say, this video format, right?
Okay.
How can you deliver information and content in a video format? Because again, everything that we tend to be doing, other than the long form videos that we have on YouTube, is text.
Yeah.
And so the idea initially was that, but of course, as like when I joined this year, and I had kind of been working with them through bounties for since last year, because we were very much looking at how can you earn and transfer value a lot easier than you can now. And that example that I gave about Brandon, that transfer of value happened within 72 hours. So 48 hours to get the money, 72 by the time I got him the Amazon voucher, then he bought a laptop and got it delivered. Like, that is speedy. What would be the situation in, let's say, the current model for me to be able to do that? Keep in mind that people were sending me money if they would have had to know my PayPal.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's unbelievable sophisticated too.
It would have been ridiculous because, again, people from the States would have had to send me money. They do Venmo, I do PayPal. If you have Venmo, you don't have PayPal. If you have PayPal, you don't have Venmo. And, like, no, it would have been a shit show. Pardon my French. But the idea with it is, now that we've launched live videos as well, I'm very much looking at creating educational content for the specific communities that are on there, right? So in fact, we're doing 3 sessions next week for the Dragon Quest hackathon. Where Austin Griffith, I've got the guys at DApp Hero, and I've got a workshop on UX. Same time each day, the community goes live, we cover that, questions, everything. The other one is, think about all of the different creators that right now cannot earn anything other than likes for the stuff that they put out there on social, right? You see so many musicians. I have so many musician friends and artist friends that are doing all of these Insta Live concerts, but then they have to set up a GoFundMe page or put a PayPal or a Venmo like it's charity. Which it really isn't. They are creating value and delivering value. They should be able to get value back. And one of the things that this guy, Johnny, set up a music community in Peepo. And what he's going to do is he's going to stream some sessions with some musician friends. And I will be able to go and do transfer money, like send
like tipping.
And he could say, hey, I've got this new song. Do you want to buy it? I could buy it right away just by doing that, which again is the model that we should have, right? This super, super simple way of transacting value. And I think by no means is it perfect right now, because there's loads of work that still needs to be done to make it even easier to potentially connect it to, because the Peepo store gets you, because it needs to comply to Apple regulations, to the App Store. You can only redeem it for gift cards right now. Think in time, if you could go and spend it, or like immediately go into Uniswap and do something, or go and buy something very quickly, like that's valuable.
Definitely. Can you post the links, like for the Grief Green Peepo session and the musician session as well next week?
Austin Griffith.
Austin Griffith.
Yeah, I'll send you I'll put it in in the Metatrack in Discord.
Yeah, Metatrack Discord, perfect.
Perfect.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Because I see that there is the screen from Marco
Yes.
But I can see the Marco webcam. Is it possible to have both, or?
So where is he? He should be able to, if he switches his camera on.
Oh, because he's hiding.
Can you see me now?
Oh, okay.
There you go.
No pain, no gain.
I think that it automatically shut it down when I shared my screen.
Yeah, it does. So you have to switch it back on. Yeah.
Okay.
But we can see you, so you're good. You're fine.
Okay. Cool. So now you see me and my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
We literally see you essentially it's small down here, and then the slides are visible.
Okay, I have full screen now, so the no worries if I cannot see it in the camera because my slides are here, so I will watch here.
Let me just get Ben these links that he asked me for.
Yes.
So how long have you guys been working together?
More than a year.
Okay.
More than a year.
Yeah.
Because we wanted to develop this research totally in without investors, without business model, to build it like ENS or other protocol that are open source, and they can deliver free and very open source stuff without care about businesses stuff, but only to R&Ds. And because I think this is very disruptive in the Ethereum community to develop in this way, and so we don't share too much information in this period, because obviously we are open source, but we are slowly for example the rise of Act 2.0 or stuff. Because we always be late and so now we are in the beta. We have started the improvement proposal on GitHub and all of this stuff to reach the community, and we have set for example the chat in Gitter.
Yeah.
And so right now we are able to open the developing of this to much more audience than now. So
awesome. So very much based on collaboration and getting people involved, right?
Yeah, sure. I think it's very important if you want to build stuff on Ethereum or in decentralized community.
Absolutely, and also this collaboration between different projects. Like I think a lot of the time we forget and we go and build things in our own little corner and then go like, no, I don't want to speak to anybody or like collaborate with anybody. And it's like, no, maybe not. Like,
yeah, it's not the right way.
Not the right way. No. But, maybe again, like I was saying earlier, maybe this is the evolution. We have to unlearn so many things.
Yeah. I come from the startup world and the Silicon Valley, so everything about the Web 2 and the way to do business there. And the most important thing is to unlearn and relearn everything when you go to this decentralized ecosystem.
100%. And I think maybe that's like one of the main things that I always think about is how do we enable people to learn a lot more, and the more they learn, the more they figure that out. Because right now, one of the things that I'm obsessed with is this education, and how do you make it very simple for people to follow a path in, whether it's to understand what we're doing here, then discover the projects that they could collaborate with, then discover the means of funding, then discover like all of the different resources that right now people still have to Google. And when you Google, you come across
scams and scams and scams and scams. Because they have the money to do advertising.
Exactly. And then go, oh, it's...
And to do too early ICOs or stuff like this. Yeah.
It's very hard. I think that's probably the hardest thing ever. And one of the other things is buying crypto, depending on where you are, region-wise, is near impossible. Like as soon as you're out of the States or Western Europe, it's a minefield.
Yeah.
To be able to access things, which is why I'm really into earning crypto. Like how do you devise, like I was saying, Ben, earlier, incentives? How do you pepper things with incentives so that you enable people to earn crypto and then show them how to spend it, how to transact it, how to then give them ideas about what else they could build, give them access to the different projects that are building, figure out if they are, things they want to get involved in, like very, very simple and organic. Think of it like a map. You know, the map in the maps in like amusement parks. You are here, and here are all the different things that you can see, right? You can do and you can learn. And then if you're here, then go here, then go here, then go here. Because without it, it's very, very difficult. Like I remember there was a tweet yesterday where, who was it? Somebody from CO2can, a project that got started at East London, said that they onboarded their mom onto a wallet or something. And I remember trying to get a friend of mine to do it. And he was like, by step 10, I needed a drink, but I will get back to it. I'm like, no, you're not. You are never going to finish that setup. I know that now. So, yeah. Anyway, you have 3 minutes, guys. If you need to do anything, take any comfort breaks or anything like that, now is the time to do it.
It's okay. We are more focused on Q&A after, so we will be very, very shorter. Okay. And so where can I find the chat on Discord? Because I didn't have Discord open.
Yes. So the Discord is literally in Metatrack.
Okay.
So if you're in the Interspace chat.
Yeah, I'm in the Interspace chat. Yeah.
There's a channel with Metatrack. I'm going to keep an eye on that so you don't need to worry about it too much. If there are questions, like I say, I'm going to get people to ask them here. Because it's, again, just having a conversation is so much easier than my reading questions to you from Discord.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
Yeah? So don't worry about that. Hi, Matteo. Matteo is joining us from Turin. Do you guys know each other?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, oh, okay. I didn't want to assume just because you're Italian.
Simona,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you remind me your talk tonight is at 7:40 or?
I've just done mine. We switched it. It's fine. It's nothing you haven't heard before about community and how
Was it the one you did at Intercon?
Slightly, yes. It was pretty much the same kind of theme and what we're all doing right now in this, as the world has gone virtual. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
You've been hearing me talk for too long. It's like,
there's always some fresh element. Which
this is true. This is true. I like to mix it up. I don't like to deliver like a great comedian. You have to write new material.
It's like a Bible, sedimenting on centuries. Okay, I shut down.
Cool. Okay. So I think you can take it away, guys. So we have starting now startups without failures.
Just a second. Marco.
Yes.
Can we share before I share the screen, like what you're doing, and after you share the screen when you're your part, because I think it's better to see. Okay.
No problem. Okay. So I will stop to share, and we will share the screen.
Yeah, sure.
Part. Okay.
Here and the webcam here.
Okay.
Start camera. Everything is working.
It will. It just takes a little while. There we go.
Okay.
But we can't see your screen now. Yes, perfect. Okay, excellent. So, Startups Without Founders with Alessandro and Marco. Take it away, guys.
Hey. So, we have this interesting research on Ethereum that is about to create DApps and startups without founders, so without need to trust founders and totally anonymity. This is why we're working on for more than a year, and it's an interesting research. So it's something that have to be talked and to be tried to do. So to understand our research, we have to think about what makes decentralized network unique. So what the killer app of the decentralized network? That is the censorship resistant part. So that is the to reach this, we need the anonymity as much as possible. So no account, no personal info stuff. They have to be unstoppable. So no well-known hosts, as much as anonymous as possible. With an open source code, so anyone can verify and join, and especially the part of community-driven governance, so no owner, so everyone can join the code too, and with improvement proposal and stuff. And the most important part is the cryptoeconomics, because blockchains are cryptoeconomics platforms, so math and no philosophy, basically. And to understand better this, the best example is what Vitalik said in the last DevCon, that cryptography is well enough to prove things without assumption about behavior, so like tracking things, tracking data, and this kind of stuff. The cryptoeconomics is the killer app to prove things without minimal assumption about participant. And so in our opinion, what we want to search on is the idea to accelerate the transition of DApps to reach this kind of killer application. So to let people to interact with each other without know each other, without trust each other, and in DApps, without need to trust the issuer, without an issuer as possible, and without need to trust the issuer. And so everyone knows that DApps are the next big things in tech. This is universally approved from here in Italy to the Silicon Valley to VCs to everyone now. But we are in an experimenting stage. So we are trying to find killer application on top of the Web3. So the Web3 is the web of DApps on top of Ethereum. And in our opinion, is not only about the use case. Because we need to reach some kind of improved and shared standards to improve security and verifiability of applications. We experienced the first wave of DApps. They are basically a smart contract for backend, the front end deployed in distributed system like PPFS, Warn, or in some cases in the Web 2, so in cloud, and the DNS to reach the application. And right now we are passing from the first wave of DApps, the second wave of DApps, that basically they added the DAO, so the Decentralized Autonomous Organization System. But we are still in early days on DAOs too. Because right now, DAOs are basically, we'll talk about it later. So the FUD, fear, uncertainty, and debt about DApps today, that make very difficult to develop, that take away users to use the app, to trust the app's ecosystem, is that we, for now, are not reaching this core concept that Ethereum and decentralized network have. So anonymity in the apps, yes, but we are not sure if we are anonymous in the IP, for example, because some apps are in the Web 2, and so they can track us, they can censor us. For example, sometimes it's happened that the country asks the apps owner to censor some people from some countries and stuff. They are unstoppable for now, not totally, because Easter can fail. So EPFS can forget or censor the front end, for example. The DNS can censor the front end. And yes, the backend, so the smart contracts are still there, but this is for nerds if we don't have the front end and the DNS part. Open source code, yes, the backend, but for nerds. And there is some kind of centralized developing right now in DApps based on the teams. So teams can develop their DApps, and so that if they have some ideas, for example, from the what happened from the single collateral DAI to the multi-collateral DAI, that I oppose to it, but I can do it. I can't do it. Nothing. You can vote. The governance is another issue to solve, because right now DAO's standard is about that the team of the owner of the DApp can propose things, and you can only vote, but you can't propose. Or in other way, in other kind of DAOs, you can have some governance opportunity only in a specific small part of the application. And about the crypto economic platform, hell yes, we are on top of Ethereum. We are not on top of Tron. So this part is okay. But okay, I was not very angry with DApps, or I'm the bad guy that says the DApps are not good. DApps are way good like it is today, because it's a way better than the Web 2. But what we want to try to challenge is the idea that we are on top of Ethereum and we can do more than this. So we are focusing on our research to push a new way of DApps. There are that respect all of these core values, and so they are there, and their token are more like Ethereum itself. To figure it out, what's the problem is that basically the main point of failure of DApps is the dependence from the issuer. So you can see the image, because I can see in the shot the image of the slide.
I cannot see it.
Not at the moment.
Oh, okay, they are loading. So in this image, this fantastic black image, there is the Pied Piper team from the movie Silicon Valley. And so they are startupper. They are the team that created the DApp. And to solve the dependency from a team, we have to solve issues like who owns the front end, who can decide for the front end, who can decide for the smart contracts, how we can improve the smart contract with developing and bug fixing without having to fork it, and this kind of stuff, and we are working on it. So what we want to achieve is achieving community-driven startups without founders, where they can develop, use it, be founded, and they can be improved by anonymous people without need to trust each other and without need of off-chain stuff. So basically, we reach the same image before, but with meme and not in their head. I don't know why this doesn't work, but it's okay. The show must go on. And no, this is very important. Okay. Yeah. So
connection problems.
You think it's my connection, or yeah?
I don't know.
I'm in Italy now, so connection are terrible here. So DApps, at the state of the DApps ecosystem today, we can see only this part of the iceberg, but there is a ton of opportunity if we can explore the hidden part of it. And we are trying to accelerate the research and development to solving this kind of point of failure, to discover new killer apps in the Web3. And working on it, we discovered that with this idea, we can accelerate the developing of DApps like never before, solving this problem. And another interesting thing is that we can create tokens in a financial perspectives that are unstoppable, and they are not dependent from the issuer, like Ethereum. And this is very interesting in the financial part too. Who know DAOs, okay? And DAOs like they are today. So imagine if in a DAO, people anonymously can vote and propose all of the backend parts, so smart contracts, the front end, the token inflation and deflation, the community asset management, even the governance rule, without needs to fork the DApps or trust a small group of issuers that can fork, change things, developing it, and so on. So in this case, we want to reach this goal that voting tokens, in this kind of case, for example, will become as much as possible something like a real share of unstoppable protocol. So we don't need in the future anymore to open a company or a foundation. And now it's time that Marco will explain you how is this about. But before, I want to share our mission and our way to think the developing and the R&Ds in this field, that we think every part of this idea that we developed designed to be used by people since the beginning who don't need to trust each other. And this is our challenge. So Marco, it's your time.
Okay, I will share my screen. Thank you, Alessandro. Okay, so I think you can see me. Yes, I will take my camera on again. Okay, so what Alessandro was talking about. Alessandro was talking about the introduction of our protocol, which we call it DFO, Decentralized Flexible Organization, which is the improvement of the DAO protocol. Flexible means that all the organization, all the DApps we want to build must be resilient and censorship resistant. And we think we found a kind of equilibrium, if you want, to keep this, to let this to be possible for everyone. So, for example, let's take a closer look to the actual state of art of the Web 3.0 and the classical Web 2.0. In Web 3.0, we have smart contracts that are monolithic softwares, which can be sealed on the blockchain. And once they are sealed, they cannot be changed. So it means that if you have a huge smart contracts with a lot of business logic and there is a bug, the entire smart contract must be forked to a new one. So you cannot cannot recover all the working parts of the smart contract. Just because for a simple error, for example, or a stupid mistaking or misunderstanding, you have to transfer to fork your entire application. In the Web 2.0, there is this brand new approach called microservices approach, and we just exploited it to and brought it to the Web 3.0 world, and so we built DApps, decentralized application, which use this microservices approach. So every functionality of your decentralized application is inside the single smart contract, and all the smart contract cooperate between them to create, of course, the more complex logic of the entire app. So from the monolithic one approach to the splitted and interchangeable microservices approach, all inside the blockchain. So everything is public, everything is censorship resistant, everything is secure, and so on and so far. What is a DFO? DFO is just a bunch of smart contracts where every single smart contract has a part of the functionality of the entire global application. And the user will interface just with one of these smart contracts that we call the proxy. And the proxy will interact with all the other delegates smart contract to, of course, implement all the business logic. Of course, there are mandatory functionalities or smart contracts or microservices, you can call how you want, and of course optional functionalities. The mandatory functionalities are of course mandatory to let everything work. The optional functionalities of a DFO are of course the functionalities which implement the business logic of that specific decentralized application. If there is a bug, if someone want to improve the protocol or the decentralized application, it can propose to the community to introduce a new smart contract, which for example replaces the bugged one, and all the community by voting using a voting token created with the DFO can vote to accept or refuse that improvement. So the governance is totally community driven and is of course totally resilient to problems for two reasons. First of all the participants are anonymous, and you can vote just if you have some voting tokens of the DFO you created. And of course you will always have the source code of the smart contracts always available, because we also resolved the problem to have a resilient backend, but we also introduced a new way to have all the front end of the application always available and censorship resistant, saving on-chain, directly on-chain, all the source code, all the web application code of the front end directly on the blockchain in a kind of concatenated base 64 chunks, which will compose entirely the code of the application. And of course, we can also save the source code of the smart contract in this way to avoid every kind of censorship events which can be possible in the centralized world. We used, of course, ENS, Ethereum Name Services, to let every DFO web application to be always available in the classic centralized way, or in the new decentralized way we invented, as I said, using a chunked base 64 concatenated informations inside the chain. So to better understand what we did, we want to show you this web application that we called DFO Hub. DFO Hub is a DFO, so as I said, a bunch of smart contracts with the front end, of course, which can let you create other DFOs. So a DFO which creates other DFOs. And through this decentralized application, you can manage, watch, see, interact, and vote for every DFO. For example, here we have two DFOs. The first one is of course DFO Hub. So you can manage DFO Hub directly from DFO Hub. So it's in a kind of meta recursion way. So what is a DFO? A DFO, of course, is a decentralized autonomous organization, but more powerful, which can let you do a lot of stuff. Let's see that we have, for example, the voting token of this DFO, which actually is called BIDL, and this total supply, and all the information which let every DFO to work. As we said, every DFO has a bunch of functionalities. There are mandatory functionalities and custom functionalities. For example, in DFO Hub, we said that the main goal of this DFO is to create other DFOs. And for this particular DFO called DFO Hub had the functionality called deploy DFO, which of course can let you deploy DFO. So you can query this functionality, which is a smart contract, and of course you can create your DFOs automatically. We can, for example, see the source code of these smart contracts, which represent this functionality. We have, of course, the classical smart contract we can see on Etherscan. We have all the information about the functionality of smart contract, but we also can see the source code of these smart contracts. So we can see in a totally transparent way how we can manage and how a DFO is made to be extremely sure no one can introduce some scammy stuff inside the functionality, which can, for example, steal my ethers or something like that. So what about, for example, let's say, for example, I want to change this functionality, which is called check survey result. Check survey result is a particular mandatory functionality of DFO, which can receive the address of a proposal to change something, and will returns you true if the proposal passes, or false if the proposal is not passing. So in DFO, I can propose a brand new way to do the check survey result. So I can edit it, and clicking on the change button, a new proposal wizard is created, and I can, of course, edit the code right here. When I am ready to have, when I edited the functionality, the publish button will be available. And when I click the publish button, this smart contract will trigger a proposal that every token holder of this DFO can vote to accept or refuse. Let's take a closer look. For example, for you, I already created a new proposal which will replace the check survey result. So let's take a look at the code. From the DFO Hub, you can access to the difference between the original actual check survey result functionalities, which has this code here, and the new one. So everyone, before to vote, can see if the functionality is good or not. For example, in this case, I replaced all the actual business logic with a more scammy part, just to let you see. For example, here I wrote, "Hello, I'm a scammer." So I want that every proposal of this DFO can pass automatically without votes. So if I have a smart guide, if I am a smart guide, of course, I will not vote to accept this functionality. So for example, in this case, this proposal has 0 votes. So the icon here will tell us that it will be not accepted because no one voted to accept it. Because of course, as we said, it's a malicious behavior for our DFO, a malicious behavior which can compromise the business of my decentralized application. But the most important part is that everything can be done just with Ethereum wallet using MetaMask, and it is totally anonymous and totally community driven. So if someone wants to accept the behavior, it will vote to accept it, or of course refute it or not voting. Basing on the rules of the governance of the DFO, which are ruled in this case by the functionality called the check survey result, someone can decide, the DFO will automatically decide if that proposal can pass, can be accepted or refused. If it will be accepted, it will appear as a functionality of the DFO hub. So from this front end, you cannot just watch for existing DFO, you can also create new DFO. For example, if I click here on the new button, I have here this little wizard I can use to create new DFO. For example, I can create the non-con DFO, which will have a ENS, a subdomain of dfohub.at, for example, non-con. So my DFO will be available at this address, noncon.dfohub.at. I click next. I choose a symbol for my voting token, non-C, for example, and create a total supply of voting tokens. So, for example, I can write here 1,000, but of course you can create billions and billions, millions and billions and billions, how much you want. So now, clicking on next, I can choose between the governance model of this DFO. There is the standard one or the odorless driven one, which means that everyone, before to propose something, need to stake their voting tokens. So which means if I really believe in that improvement I am doing to that DFO, I will of course stake my tokens for it to let prove to the other members of the community in a totally anonymous way, which I will I am investing in it. Staking my voting tokens, or the community-driven one, which is more interesting because everyone which propose a new proposal, a new functionality which will be accepted, will receive some voting tokens as a new reward for the job he made. So as Alessandro said before, we are trying to creating startup without founders, and the founders are the community itself. So everyone can propose something, everyone can be paid using voting tokens to let the protocol improve even more and more and more. Keep in mind that with DFO you can always create any type of decentralized application, and the protocol will help you to easy manage, easy improve, easy do bug fix on that. For example, I can use the open basic one, save some information. Like here and here, we will find all the stuff, all the meaning of this stuff in our documentation, which will be released soon. And when I click next, I will say all the resume, and if I click deploy, these are Ethereum transactions, which are step-by-step Ethereum transaction, which will guide me to the creation of my DFO. Actually, I will not do it because of a problem of times, but once I deploy my DFO, I will do it during the Q&A session. Once I deployed my new DFO, the DFO will appear in the main DFO hub page. And you can navigate as you can navigate these two DFOs, like DFO hub or if emergency mode. Okay, I think I'm I'm okay, Alessandro. Maybe you can start again from your part. Ale? Maybe.
I'm coming. I'm here. Yeah. I want to end this presentation.
Share the screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to. We are currently in beta. Okay, so we are, something that and if I can, I want to share something that is very incredible in my opinion. Is that we have in this moment we have the front-end part on GitHub for the next 2 months, because it's easier for us to change and I talk about the roadmap after. And the most interesting part is that everything you see here is not based on some cloud services, but everything is on chain. Here, this is on chain, because we solved a huge problem on the Ethereum ecosystem right now. Is that when you deploy the smart contract, the human readable part of the smart contract is not on chain, is on Etherscan servers. So if Etherscan will fail, we can lose it for every DApps that we have. And we have this idea to solve this using base 64. And so when you deploy the smart contract, and this smart contract have the same thing in approvable part, human readable in base 64, you watch everything about this, and you are sure that this code is downloaded directly from the chain, for example. And yeah, the chain is loaded, obviously. It's not like the web 2, but is a way the decentralized. For example, in this case, you can see here there is the base 64 part, and so we don't know if we trust this. We can have it on Etherscan, but in the future, I think it's unlikely. But we as a community have to work on it as much as we can. If Etherscan will fail, we have with DFOs, we have this emergency plan. And in fact, we will do some stuff on this DFO, that is Ether emergency mode, to do this kind of things for every smart contract in the Ethereum ecosystem right now. So as a demonstration of this kind of powerful things. And I want to add another things in the community-driven part of the DFOs. Because this is the most interesting in my opinion, and is what I think is the main killer app of this idea. Because you can very quickly you can create your own DFO right now. Okay, so it's good. Okay, I have my domain, and you can really develop something without need to have a team or to be already founded. You just have to build, because you can create this. You can say, okay, a part of the token that I am creating for the voting token of DFOs, for example, the 90% I put in on the DFO wallet, because DFOs have their own wallet and they can manage their coins or tokens in their wallet, and I can create some singular reward for the developing. And this is the roadmap we have in the DFO, and this is what we want to achieve as quickly as we can to improve this kind of thing. I take the link of the roadmap in just a sec. Roadmap here. Okay, because we are in this phase, and in our shared vision, and you can watch our roadmap on Notion. right now, the front end and the developing is totally centralized, but we are working on the documentation and the improvement proposal stuff to be totally, okay, I'm waiting for the, for the connection. Yes, because I'm on another page now. So we will build everything as you see. For example, the standard that you can choose when you create the FAOs are a base standard. But we will have a lot of. We hope that DFOs can create a lot of new way to govern, like reaching, for example, the quadratic voting and stuff in some different ways. And the improvement proposal will be very important to not push us the way that people will govern the FOs, but to be the community that will choose the standards to govern and the best governing part. I think I can. Okay. It's my fault. Totally my fault. Sorry. I'm stressed when I have to talk conference and stuff. This, for example, is our roadmap. As I told before, we are working on documentation and improvement proposal part. And we have something that is very interesting for the 1.0 version, like the task management. So you can create a DFO, and you can have some tasks, for example, that you need to do. And you can push this task like in Gitcoin, and people can do this task and reach the funding for this task, for example. But the most interesting thing is that when people deliver the task automatically create a proposal, and so token holder can vote if this task is okay and they want to add it on their TFO or not. And this is totally cool because it's removed totally the need of an entity to run the application. And one other interesting part in the future will be the idea of IDOs. So the IDOs is, in my personal opinion, the natural evolution of ICOs, but do well. Because the idea is that if you have an app that is already working, and you know the governance standard, you know that you can be part of the developing, you don't need to know who developed this application. And you don't need to trust an entity or a team. So you can invest, for example, anonymously in this application. And you can schedule how this money will be used for, using tasks, not to the money go in the wallet of someone and they spend whenever they want. So I think that this can be a new way to fund startups that are already working in this example, without the points of failure of the ICO. So the well-known organization that you have to trust it. And there is another important thing that I want to share, for example, is to understand this kind of idea. In my opinion, the best project in the Ethereum ecosystem is ENS, so the Ethereum Name Services. And for example, when you have an Ethereum Name Service and you we renew this Ethereum Name Service for at least, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you spend some Ethereum, and this Ethereum will go in the no-profit foundation of people that have built ENS, and they will spend this money in R&Ds. And this is good for now. But how if, for example, ENS can be an IDO, for example? So when you spend your Ethereum to renew your ENS, they don't need to have a foundation. And all of this money will be voted by the token holder to choose the tasks and stuff on improving. And this can be very helpful, for example, for teams like ENS and stuff to manage these kind of things without need to verify that they are good and this kind of stuff, but totally on chain and totally in a secure way. And I think this can be something very interesting in the Ethereum community. And we are obviously in beta, so we will have a lot of technical challenges and bugs and stuff in the future. Like everything is the first phase, but there is one thing that nobody has in the field: the possibility of with microservices oriented developing. To change the small bugged part in the smart contracts. And this is actually very cool to have a fast developing for dApps in the future, and without need to spend a lot of money to companies that verify the smart contract and stuff. So time, money, and especially one of the most things that we want to challenge is how much money you need to start a startup in the Ethereum ecosystem right now. Because it seems that it's easy, but for regulation things and for designing things of dApps, it's very, very costly. And we want to make it as cheap as possible, like zero, for example. And so this is our R&D, and this is our idea. And now in the mainnet, DFO, basically. And you can, I return to the presentation to end this. I don't know if you, okay, okay, we talk for a lot of times, for a lot of time. Sorry. We try to be faster as possible, but we have to improve this.
It's okay.
And this is, for example, the Gitter chat. If you want to enjoy us in the developing, the GitHub, the dfohub.com to reach the explanation and the documentation in the future, and I remove my camera. The dfohub.ethereum, that is where the application is. Thank you, and sorry because we talk a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was incredibly interesting. Does anybody have any questions? Matteo shared the link to the site in the Metatrack channel because Stefan was asking. Okay, so Stefan has a question. There we go. You can go, Stefan. Just unmute yourself. Stefan, I can't unmute you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm still getting used to these new interfaces, you know. So thank you. That was a very nice presentation and a great project. I'm just thinking, I mean, we have some projects on Ethereum already, which in my opinion come pretty close to that, but I think you guys have really made a very good job at combining new bits and pieces, and that's great to see. So I just want to thank you. And my main question, and I know it's a bit unfair because you've been stressing the censorship resistance and the anonymity a lot, yeah. But if you want, or if someone wants to, one of those decentralized organizations to interact with the so-called real world, we at least have to think about what could be possible relations to a legal system, for example. Have you given any thoughts on that, or do you see this as completely separate discussion?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. This is a very, very great question. The problem, I want to start with the observation that this is technologically possible. So if we don't research on it, someone will research on it in the future. So if it's possible by coding on Ethereum, everyone can do it. So, and there is a lot of things about that. I think that I'm interested to see what people want. So I think that, for example, yes, you can build dApps anonymously, but you as a person are in a country, and so police can take you. So if you do something that is very bad, for example, but if you don't, at the same time, this can improve developing. And I think that in the Ethereum ecosystem, what we need today is to try to develop a lot of things as easier as possible, as faster as possible, as secure as possible to reach killer apps. Because there is a lot of things to try to make on Ethereum. There is a ton of opportunity that I can't figure it out, for example, right now. And I think that we need a standardized security, a high standardized security of independency from dApps to the creators to reach all of the people in the crypto space to use dApps, because this is what, for example, this is why, for example, I'm afraid to use MakerDAO, because I think, for example, about the failure of the MakerDAO Foundation, and like Vlad tweeted about it too, that this is possible. This is a trend, and we can do it more, and we can do it easier, in my opinion. About the people that want to do bad stuff like pedopornography, drugs, and stuff, I think that in the future, maybe people can create, for example, decentralized Twitter, for example, but they can create something like DAOs-based censor community. So, for example, it is not about only censor the information, because the information are on chain, but is to censor the viewing of the information. So, for example, people can create a front end for a DFO. For example, this is what can happen, but I don't know what will happen. And they can choose that if the community want to censor pedopornography stuff, they can. But this is surely a way better than what is happening today, for example, on the social media. Because in the social media, we have an entity that can censor things. So they can use the excuse of pedopornography to censor political stuff. I don't think they are doing right now, but the main bad things is they can. So if they can, it's not okay. And another thing that is I think the community can work better to censor bad things rather than a single entity, and they can create a crypto economic to do it and a lot of things. So I'm not totally afraid of it, but the problem is that we can't. Even if we didn't develop the DFO hub or the DFO in general, we can't. I think this is the hard trend of dApps in the future, and we can't stop it. So the only way to do it as well is to start to make it, and to solve all, and to let DFOs communities to solve all of the issues on the go. Because I think if we can do it on Ethereum and someone will do it, this is basically my answer of this question. But this is a good question, and we talk about a lot about this.
Awesome. Do we have any other questions? No. I think if you guys if you guys are in the Metatrack Discord chat anyway, Matteo has shared some links, and also I think you can continue the conversation in there a little bit. But this is
a question.
Hey, hi Leo. How's it going?
Good. And you?
Good, thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, but I would like to ask a thing. Is possible?
Yes. We have 10 minutes. You're good.
Thank you so much. I really like your project, and I think that unstoppable applications is the essence of Ethereum right now. So for the moment, the most important project is MakerDAO in the DAO area of Ethereum. But I think that MakerDAO, as you said, has an important failure that is governance right now. So DFO Hub is a generic DAO project with no specialization right now. So it's possible to create a new MakerDAO with not stoppable MakerDAO right now with your framework.
Yeah, is it possible? And is it possible to work to an open source version of MakerDAO, for example?
Community-driven version.
Yeah, and open source too, in some ways. Like for example, and I think that and this is my personal opinion, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'd say, and this is not the DFO opinion, but I think that the only point of failure of MakerDAO is the business perspective, because this MakerDAO if MakerDAO, and I really love technology, and I really love the concept of how we build a stable coin, is about this is why I love projects like ENS rather than MakerDAO, because the business side of MakerDAO can create a very fast developing, a very fast using of it, but I think I don't know if anyone here thinks as me, but if I think as an ENS, I think this is something that I can trust for 100, 200 years from now.
Right.
MakerDAO, I think something that is a good technology, is very cool, but is not something that I can trust for 100, 200, 300 years from now. And I think that this is important in the blockchain ecosystem.
Because MakerDAO, I think that is similar to Silicon Valley project. Is in part blockchain, and the other part is like a Silicon Valley project. So from like Facebook, okay.
Yeah, I think we are experimenting a lot of business and developing things in the Ethereum community. For example, we experimented the ICO bubble in 2017. And so we learned how to use token, how to don't use token, how to do stuff. And so something that is very incredible in this community and is how fast and how good is experimenting things. And so when, for example, I love the project of the fork of MakerDAO on top of a Molkdao. That is Metacoin, I think. Is Metacoin, right? Yeah. And I think we will have a lot of fork of MakerDAO too. And I think I would be happy to see a MakerDAO fork on DFO, for example, this kind of stuff.
Last answer, a question. Is for you in the future there will be governance ICO bubble, like ICO bubble?
So you mean in DAOs, or you mean in DeFi ecosystem, or you mean ICOs?
In the Ethereum ecosystem, because I see a lot of Silicon Valley investors that are buying a lot of governance token in Ethereum last period. So I think this is possible for you.
I would be happy if this will not happen ever, another bubble. And I don't know. I only interested in working in something that I can see from 1 to 300 from now, and this kind of projects. And yes, I'm pretty skeptic in a project that I can see for 100, 200 years from now. Okay. And so, but I don't want to talk bad or to make prophetic things about other projects and stuff.
Okay, thank you. I really like your project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before to leave, I want to show you just the last thing, just a little surprise for you. I will share you my screen, because actually I am creating a new decentralized flexible organization, which is called Noncon. And we minted 10 million tokens. It will have the community-driven governance rules. So we staked inside the FAO 5 million of these Noncon tokens, and everyone can propose and new functionalities for this decentralized flexible organization, and we can you will receive 10 Noncon coins every time you propose a new functionality. So that's it. Thank you.
Well, and I think Matteo wanted to say something.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
That's not really. I was just amazed by the development.
You said you wanted to speak, so I was,
No, I was just clapping.
Oh, okay.
Matteo is clapping.
No, it's. I think it's a huge project. It's a great project, and I like the stamina that these two guys have. I just wanted to add a piece of information for what concerned the legal frameworks, etc. So I believe that making it voting proof somehow, that defines already like the legal framework. The only problem is making the voting system sort of anagraphically. So we have to implement always the know your customer features, so that you can actually give value to a personal anagraphical value to the tokens you stake. This is a sort of dilemma, you know. So, yeah. But I wanted to give you a suggestion. Try to get in touch with legal hackers. You know that there are different branches.
We are extremely in touch today. Right. For example, I'm in the legal hackers team in Bologna.
Bravo.
And we start talking about this with Day for an interesting open source project for Day, like for example, the smart contracts and standard law stuff, like in a DFO, like GitHub, like the GitHub of lawyer.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there will be a lot of surprises in the future. So,
and also, just I think we have one minute left. And also, don't forget that local public administrations usually are way more flexible than central administrations. So you know that you can work around legal frameworks if you provide MVPs that apply to local public administrations. Just
something that I want to add from what Marco said is that DFOs is a general purpose protocol. So the new things that it was unavailable before is to use for anonymous startups. But you can build on top of this not anonymous or pseudonymous startups, or you can build, for example, a LAO, a legal autonomous organization on top of it. So you can build everything you want. We work on the technology and the security to improve the adoption this new kind of way to build and to manage DApps. So yeah, the anonymous part is what is really incredible for me and what I love, but is not all of the opportunity there.
Awesome. Thank you so much, guys. If you
you
want to drop your details in the Metatrack channel, just like Twitter, where people can reach you, pop them in there again. And yeah, great to hear from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
Thank you to all the attendees. Bye.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, so up next in the Metatrack, we have Grace, who will chat to us actually about the successes and the failings of DAOs. Grace, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I'm wearing my official DGov shirt here. So that's great. And I tried to have it in, I think, let's see, speaker view, I'm still seeing you, Simona, but okay, great. So yeah, I'm going to mention the technologies that people are using, and I'm going to talk a little bit about what's been done so far in the space of DAOs, what's worked, what hasn't worked, what's missing, and maybe some opportunities at the end. And I'm going to try and make it so that there's plenty of time for questions and discussions, because I've done research, right? I'm not here to tell you, to tell you about my technology. I'm here to hear, for us all to learn together. So I'm going to share my screen, and I always find that quite daunting, because I'm always afraid I'm going to get distracted and look at something else. I can't look at myself now. I can only look at my slides. But here we go.
What you can do actually is once you pop this into present mode or something, you can put your camera back on, and we'll be able to see you at the bottom right of the screen.
I'm going to just present and not see myself. If I were in an auditorium, I wouldn't be seeing myself, would I?
This is very true. This is very true.
I wouldn't be seeing my slides either, so this is kind of an improvement. I'd be like doing this, there's the slide thing. So cool. So why are we talking about DAOs? Because we have been talking about creating our own forms of money, and then if we have the money, then who's got the power? I mean, without the ability to print money, what power does the state have? So governance is incredibly important, and not just how we govern our blockchains. We're right now seeing some major signs that the financial system is fragile. I'm just going to say fragile, okay? And if all we've learned to govern by the time this system collapses, if all we know how to govern is our own forms of money, there's going to be a big gap, because money is just one part of what we need to govern. And I don't usually talk like this, but things changed all of a sudden in the last month or two. So I think we need to really take a look, not just at how are we doing at governing our DeFi, but how are we doing at governing? Because we can see the failures of our governance systems, and we don't have another 3 or 4 years to play around and hope these things work. I was pretty satisfied with where we were about 6 months ago, but now I'm like, wow, this is urgent. So we really need to think about money, power, governance, not just about governing DeFi. So when I think about governance, I want to just talk about what a distributed or decentralized governance is. Most of you probably have heard me do this, but I just want to give this a kind of a feel. What would an decentralized or distributed organization look like? And here we see a US president meeting the Pope. That's a centralized organization. The Pope talks to God, and then he tells those of us who believe in that particular God what God wants us to do. Pretty simple. And then the other one, we have a president meeting with this other organization, which is distributed, and these are Jews, and none of them talk to God. They all have different interpretations of the law. They have a protocol where you got to wear a hat, but there's a lot of different forks here. You can see different forks wear different hats. So there's a general protocol. It's a written protocol with commentary, and there are formal structures for updating the protocol. And although all of the different forks feel differently about things. So for example, right, in order to pray, you need 10 people, but right now we have a pandemic and different groups are issuing different instructions about how do you handle this situation. Is it okay to pray on the Sabbath with a computer, or should you not do that? So there's also a protocol for how to update the protocol pretty rapidly, in fact. So this is an organization that's able to, it's resilient. People have been trying to get rid of it for thousands of years, very unsuccessfully. So it's resilient, and it has a written protocol of 613 laws, plus commentaries on those laws, plus councils of people who can determine what to do in order to keep those laws up to date, given what's going on in the situation. So that's governance of many things. What they aren't governing, by the way, is they aren't governing any money. In fact, that DAO, the Catholic Church, they govern a lot of money. That's a centralized organization governing money. The Jews don't govern money, but they are able to raise money among themselves. It's a little more like the Colony.io kind of things, or co-funded type initiatives. So when they wanted, they funded an entire country. There's now a country, which is a centralized organization, which was created by this decentralized organization. But there still isn't a Jew in charge, right? There's somebody in charge of the country, but that person he's not the king of the Jews. He's just a head of state. And so you can see that actually in this particular DAO, there isn't even any governance of funding or finance, but there is an ability to create pooled finance. So that I just want to give that frame of what are all the things we might want to govern. What would resilience look like, so that when I talk about what's been successful, what hasn't been successful, you have a frame. Oh, well, that's decentralized governance. So here, my Metacartel disappeared from here. I had DAOstack, GovBlocks, we have Metacartel, or Moloch DAO, we have Kleros, we have Colony. So there's basically 6, which, like I said, some of them seem to have disappeared here, organizations that are creating DAO technology. And that's all I'll say about that. But they all do fundamentally the same thing, which is they allow you to distribute money among people. Here's some people distributing money. And so most of these technologies allow you to either collect, like in the Colony example, you can collect funds to fund something together. And in DAOstack, Aragon, or GovBlocks, or Moloch DAO, a pool of funds gets to be governed by people. These also, some of them have self-governance, which would govern the code. So if we want to make a change to DAOstack, that's not part of their governance model. You don't get to decide that. DAOstack decides that. But in Moloch DAO or Metacartel, you could make those kinds of decisions, or MakerDAO. Those are the kinds of decisions they make in those DAOs. So you can change code, you can distribute money. So how's that been going? Here's some really great projects which have worked, or are working and have looked really good. And they're projects like Diversifier, the Nectar DAO, which is decisions about how to manage a decentralized exchange. MakerDAO is fairly successful. Most of the decisions are about how to change the code and the policies. DOrg, which is a software house, and instead of paying salaries through a CFO, basically they decide on what proposals and jobs they're going to take in through the DAO and how to distribute the salaries every 2 weeks. That's a multi-sig. They use it more or less like a multi-sig. They're also the first ones to really have that created as a legal for-profit entity as well in the United States. So that's one of the successes with DOrg. Btoken, Nexus Mutual. These are things that also, again, they deal with insurance, decentralized finance, things that are fundamentally around yes or no money decisions. So that's been pretty good stuff. We've also had some money type things that aren't so great. So I'll also talk about the ones just in the realm of DeFi and money that are kind of not yet successes or not successes. Here's one, and I hesitate to even speak about this because I love all the people at Gitcoin. I mean, we all do. That's one of the, we're here even to talk about some of these really amazing projects. But basically what you've got right now is you've got these grants all running at the same time. All of them are our friends. All of us want to contribute something, but now it's overwhelming. What do we have? 533 projects, $250,000 of matching funds for 553 projects. And if you look at these projects, none of them has raised more than $20,000. And while $20,000 is nice, or 20,000 DAI, sorry, it's not dollars, it's DAI, and 20,000 is nice, but it's not what's going to bring us to the next level in our industry. It's not major fundraising here. So, $250,000, which is what they're giving out now, is what most of us want just as our seed round for our funds. So this is great, but the implementation is not living up to what we really need. I'm just going to call it that way. The next thing that I think is, I wish we're working better. It's a great example of what's happened in the DAO space at this point. So Ethereum Foundation, or some group of Ethereum folks, decided it would be a great idea to have a marketing wing for Ethereum because we don't have enough adoption, or we want to have adoption. And so they created a marketing DAO. And there's a bunch of different parts of this DAO. First of all, obviously the stakeholders, which is the last thing on my slide here, that's everybody who holds Ethereum, all of us in the smart contract community. This is going to influence anybody who's holding or using Ethereum. Now, how is it governed? Basically, they have a Telegram group that anybody could join. If you join and you're interested, there was a certain period of time when they were talking about how are we going to organize. And in the end, I think they had some kind of internal elections for 12 people, I believe, who are a bunch of volunteers who are going to decide how this runs. So those are the governors, and the governors are going to decide how the DAO will run. Now, the governors, there wasn't a qualification like you've got to be an Ethereum developer or a donor or a marketing person, right? This is all about marketing, but none of the governors, there weren't any particular requirements. And it's a volunteer position, so whoever came pretty much got in. And I'm not saying that's wrong, but I'm saying there's a disconnect between who this thing influences, who's voting, and who's governing. The next thing is who's going to vote. So the way this DAO is going to be constructed is if you want to donate to the marketing DAO, and there's a couple of people who want to donate a lot of money to have Ethereum marketed, then you're a voter, and you're going to get one token, one vote, probably. Again, the governors are going to decide how the reputation is going to be distributed. So the voters, most of the people who are these self-elected volunteers, they're not going to be the big voters. They're governing this thing, but the voters are going to be people with big money. So you've kind of got this council of people who are volunteering and they really care, and then voters who are people who are really donating. But what are they going to be voting on? They're going to be voting on how to market Ethereum. And these donors may or may not be marketers. I mean, if they were marketers with marketing agency, maybe they wouldn't donate their money to some other entity to do the marketing. They do the marketing themselves because they're marketers and they're the best at it. So now we've got a bunch of voters who aren't professionals voting on professional proposals, which how the proposals even get there in the first place is going to be decided by the governors and not necessarily even marketers. Now, I'm not saying this won't work. Kyber DAO was one of the major successes at just taking $5,000 and having a huge amount of marketing in this kind of realm. So this may be an incredibly effective marketing mechanism, but the example of how the governance is being done, it's clear that there's no connection between the professional requirements of being able to assess these proposals, who the voters are and who the governors are. It's just completely disconnected. So that's what we have in the realm of our current DAOs, what's working and not working, specifically in these binary financial type decisions, which, as we said, isn't the most critical issues, actually. Here are some things that aren't working, where they tried, they were less, they weren't even looking so much at the financial things, but that's probably why it's not working the way they want it to. So governance in general, my definition is how a group of people make decisions together. So that's governance. And there's many things And in most of the decisions we make as people, ecosystems, companies, organizations, mostly we don't vote, and mostly those decisions aren't about money. So as we think about DAOs, we're thinking, okay, wait a second, we've created these structures which do not represent how organizations usually make decisions and do not represent the majority of the decisions. Financial decisions are very important. For example, most of our governments, probably all of our governments, have a budget for the Department of Defense, and almost none of our governments have a budget for the Department of Peace. And if we had a peace budget rather than a war budget, our world might look different. So it is true that what you fund gets happened, like that happens if you're funding it. And the countries with bigger defense budgets have more war. It's just, there's a function. You might say, oh, well, they have to have a bigger defense budget because they have more wars. But I think we all know that's not exactly how it works. It does have a circular thing. The more you budget, it's like, oh man, I got all these things sitting in my arsenal. What am I going to do with them? So budgeting is important, but it isn't most of our decisions as an organization. And it isn't most of our and most of our decisions also are not based on voting. So what's the other stuff? And what's most important? And I don't think we need to ask ourselves at this moment in time, what's most important? And I think about this as no fork situations. This pandemic is no fork. You have a human body, you are susceptible to it. If you're a dog, you're not susceptible to it. If you're a horse, you're not susceptible to it. Whichever category of living being you fall into, and you can't fork from that particular genetic code that you've got. And this thing doesn't, it doesn't recognize that you don't want to be part of it. And these are the most important decisions we are really facing as humanity. How does an entire community come together? How do we make our air quality better? How do we create better societies? And this is what we've been talking about for a good part of the day. How do we create new forms of economic systems? And you can't fork out of your economic system very easily. Yes, we have some preppers, and we have, a few people at Paralympics who have opted out of this financial system to some degree. They still are using money the way that we use money. But we have some cooperatives that are self-sufficient. But most of the problems that face humanity that are very big interest are you don't get to fork out. By the way, one of the interesting things about Judaism is you don't get to fork out. You can convert to some other religion, but then you're just considered a non-practicing Jew. It's a birth. You get it by birth. You don't get to fork. So no fork situations are very much of interest to us, because it's easier to divide up your funds or to fork off than to say nobody can fork. And in your family, you can't. It's like, okay, we all have to decide together how we're going to live together right now. So these are very interesting questions. This slide is really about where we have some opportunities and where these systems have been falling down. So we have some systems of reputation, but we don't have good identity systems. This is really for you who are thinking about what should I develop? What do I want to develop in this space? So reputation and identity systems are big, big missing. We have community without cultural norms. I'll talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. But one of the things that we've been doing is communicating in Telegram groups and Discord and whatever. And we haven't thought very deeply about how can we create discussion platforms that reflect how we want to behave as communities. And again, we're seeing this is a natural thing that groups do. Different nationalities are dealing with this crisis differently, and you can see it. There's something we know what the cultural norms are in our particular society. Some places you talk louder, some places quieter, some places you hide your feelings. It's very we haven't thought about this at all in any of our DAOs, and I think that we do need to think about this. The next thing where I think there's a huge opportunity is in the area of proposal making and problem definition. So all of the platforms that we've been looking at are using very, I would say random in some ways, forms of discussion for proposal making. And anybody can propose anything, which is fair, but not optimal. Because there isn't a prioritization system. There isn't a system saying, okay, this problem is urgent, it needs to be handled first. This is our problem definition. Now we're going to measure all of the proposals against some sort of problem definition. It's just, hey, I've got an idea, and then let's vote yes, no. That's an unusual way to govern. Most of our organizations don't do that. Like that anybody could say, hey, I've got an idea, and then let's vote. That's a big jump over a good deal of sense making, decision making, problem definition, any of that kind of thing. So that's a real area, and many people say, okay, these are the soft side, right? This is the soft side of soft governance, and that I think is just a cop out. We can create digitized systems for this. Facebook and Instagram are systems that have modified our behaviors and can modify it and continue to modify our behaviors, not necessarily in optimal ways. So there's, if we can create Facebook that creates a whole lot, like creates 4 billion antisocial people, we can create an anti-Facebook that creates 4 billion people with better social skills. So when people say, oh, you can't put it on chain, or, those are soft things, I think it's just an excuse. These are hard problems, but we can digitize platforms that will make these things better. You have attempts like Lumio, which really has done probably one of the best jobs in the industry of creating that kind of collaborative software. And then in organizations, you have things like Trello or other kinds of, or even Jira and other types of sprint planning software that does help people with these social organization issues. So I think it's just an excuse when you hear people saying, oh, that's soft governance, that all has to happen off-chain. Yeah, probably off-chain if you're using a traditional blockchain, but these are systems that can be created digitally. And right now we're going to have to find ways to do it, because with all this social isolation, this is a real opportunity to create these kinds of soft technologies, so whatever software. And the other two at the end are sort of, all these systems are winner-take-all systems. So there's a proposal, if we all got together and discussed and we put in different proposals and maybe we collaborated and gave each other some ideas, it wouldn't matter. Only the winner wins in these kinds of systems. And that kind of rivalrous system it's rivalrous, right? If you want, it's great. Competitions are fun and we all enjoy them. But when things start to get rivalrous around money, it's going to erode your communities. And that's what we saw, for example, in the Genesis DAO. And we're going to see in other DAOs is that people become rivalrous because there's limited money and it's winner take all. And when we're trying to create community and we're already such a small group of people, I don't think we want to be rivalrous with one another. I think we want, if you're thinking about, again, Ethereum DAO, the marketing DAO is an example. We all want that to succeed. And so we don't want to create a rivalrous culture, but that's what we've created with the way that it's designed. And then the final one is one way for all decisions. So right now, everything is make a proposal, vote yes or no. But there are many, many ways we can make decisions. I think I'll go into that deeper in one of the next slides. So this is about discussion. So as I was saying, I think we can digitize these things. And discussion falls into different modules. We want to make sure that people's perspectives are respected, that different perspectives are included whenever you're having a decision that'll make, again, if it's a decision about the environment, it's going to, it's going to affect people's jobs and people's lives. It's going to affect people's incomes, and it's going to affect the fish population, and it's going to affect, so you want multiple perspectives. You want to be able to differentiate between news and opinion, between people with educated opinions and people who just have an opinion. And you want to create situations where people are able to understand different perspectives, maybe even change their mind, that sort of thing. So these are complicated systems, and there's a lot of considerations that we want to put into these type of systems. I want to address specifically the area of signaling, because a lot of times we're talking about voting and signaling, and we can tell what people's opinions are, and then we can know what to do based on their opinions. And I think that this is very problematic. And and I don't think you need to look any further than the head of state of wherever it is you're living to know that people's opinions don't always make great decisions, because or something like Brexit, right? There's educated opinions and there's not educated opinions. And in the case of Brexit, it was just very simple. There's not one economist in the United Kingdom who thought that that would be good for the economy. You just can't find one. And that's the difference between an educated opinion and signaling. So we need to be very careful about how we construct these systems, and that we don't allow people to be in filter bubbles, that we create systems where people are capable of listening to different opinions and capable of discussing them intelligently, capable of assessing the validity of different facts. And we shouldn't be feeding people facts. I'm not saying we should brainwash people or decide for them, but having systems that are non-threatening, so that if people don't agree, they're able to still listen, assess, and check. And being able to moderate these systems in such a way, they could be self-moderated, or moderate these systems in such a way that we can tell what reliable opinions are, what reputable opinions are, what the difference is between opinion and a fact and a test. You know, this is real research, this is a test, here's how the research was conducted. Those types of things are very important in these discussion platforms. In problem definition platforms, some of the considerations that I put down are urgency, timeline, budget, community requirements. All of these things are important when you think about what the problem definition is. And so before you get a proposal, you might want to define how urgent it is, what's the budget, who should be involved in the decision, those types of things. And just this is a list. The 6 things here are just ways that we decide as an organization. It's not all the ways we decide, but it's some of the ways that you'll see happen. So most typically people are like, well, if you can raise the budget, go ahead. Or if you can do it yourself, go ahead. That's the most common decision we make as people and organizations, like, yeah, go ahead. Another process would be there's a brainstorm, then a discussion, then we collaborate. Another one would be a contest, like a hackathon, or let's see who's the best. We, pick the best one. Again, these are all different for different situations. Consent, delegation, but like, you know what? That's an expert decision. We'll let the doctors decide. We're not going to decide that if you're not a doctor or an electrician or whatever it is. So we need to, when we think about problem definitions, so when we think about these proposal making situations, or what gets on the ballot, these are all methodologies for getting something on the ballot in the first place. And I think there's a huge opportunity here, because we will want to, again, digitize these things in some way as we make decisions as larger collectives. So that's really the main thing. I am leaving quite a bit of time for discussion. Here's some call to action. The DIGA Foundation holds a weekly meeting. You can find out about it. It's on Wednesdays. And we change topics depending on what people want to talk about. And there's an agenda. So that's an hour and a half discussion every week. I will probably be doing a workshop of value systems and monetary systems. I saw a lot of discussion about this today, and I want to do a 6-part workshop where we start to build some things out. And there isn't going to be some tuition fee or anything. It's just going to be for us as a community to try and work together. So if you're interested in any of those things, you can reach me at these places. And yeah, so let's have some discussion. Whatever else we've got would be cool.
Thank you, Grace. Did anybody have any questions to get us going? Ben?
Yeah, I'm back. Thanks, Grace, for the talk. I was a couple times in the DGov forum as well, and I've read with quite a interest the different topics you've written on the topic. Maybe 2 questions. The first one was regarding Aragon and Suscred in the light of your presentation. like your insight or thoughts. And the second one was more the last slide you've presented regarding like the contest extra. Is there any hierarchy, or I didn't get like you listed a bunch of way to bunch of actions, but with different colors, and I didn't know if there was some meaning behind it.
Okay. So so let me address, what was the first question that you were asking about? It was about Aragon and
spread.
Aragon what?
Source cred. Aragon as a DAO.
So they're using, I don't really know what their implementation is with source cred right now. But I understand what source cred does in general, right? So source cred is a really interesting idea, right? The idea that you'll be able to know who's contributing and then in retrospect pay people. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the first part. And the second, they have this kind of a champion feature, meaning that you can put at stake some of your grain or coins, whatever. Yeah. And it will help probably like to signal in some way, and probably like we'll talk about signals as well. But if you're not familiar with source cred, it's all right. Maybe Aragon can be. Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with both Aragon and source cred. I was just questioning, are they doing something together? Because I wasn't aware of that.
No,
okay,
don't think so. No.
Okay, so again, Aragon is fundamentally it allows you to do two things. Like I said, it allows you to co-budget stuff, so allocate budgets based on proposals, and it allows you to automatically commit code, which is kind of cool if you're governing a blockchain, and then you can actually commit code based on the vote. So I think that's a very cool feature specifically for blockchains. I think that Aragon in general is doing a good job of what they set out to do. I don't think they're going to reach their more ambitious goals to really change governance, because most of what they're doing looks more like corporate governance than any kind of commons governance. I don't think that they've implemented very good features for commons governance. I also think that they've done one thing that other organizations haven't done is that they do have a communications channel in their platform, which others are just like use Telegram. Yes. So I think that they've done a better job than many other organizations, but I don't think they've fundamentally reached that promise of changing governance. The other thing I would point out about them is that they do have, for Aragon itself, the governance is a little bit opaque and centralized. So they have a foundation which decides, so and again, that may or may not be appropriate. I'm not saying it's bad, but it certainly is centralized in some ways.
Maybe an additional thought on my side regarding Aragon. There is a lot of places where you have information, and it's quite hard to navigate in between the different sources. And there's this common thing from the community-based experience or governance, where you need to have quite one or two few tools where you have resources, and so you can interact. But as long, you need to have like some well-defined tracks where people can exchange and put stuff. But otherwise, it dilutes a bit the action and the contribution of the community as a whole.
Yeah. I'm happy to hear from anybody else who has experience with Aragon who wanted to add to that. Again, if there's anybody else on the call, I just, I want to make sure that we, like I said, learn from each other. Regarding source cred, I think it's a very good step in the right direction. But again, there's a couple of things that it does that with source cred that give me pause to think I'm not sure how it's going to work. So like you were saying, you can create the seed and the staking. There's a little bit of a speculative element to that. The other thing is that there's a way, if you think about open source, what we're talking about is an absolutely unlimited economy. Like, we can create any amount of value. There's no scarcity in the system. And so SourceCred is trying to say, okay, well, what if we try and create this system where people are getting credit for what they do? And yet, a big part of this problem is what Michelle Bowens pointed out a little earlier today, which is that the open source generative capital isn't well recognized inside of our current economy. That is, the amount of money in open source doesn't represent the actual value of open source. So no matter how you distribute that money, you're distributing less value than was really contributed. And in some ways, that's going to always be true. So I'm going to give the example that I gave with the proposals, right? So if you and I are both working on an open source project to create a DAO, right? And you're on Aragon and I'm on DAO Stack and these guys are on whatever it is, right? GovBlocks is not that way, or Colony, right? And this is all open source. We're all creating open source. And you made some mistake on Aragon that I'm like, you know what? I'm going to do it differently on DAO Stack. You just contributed to my open source. And then next year, somebody comes along and they're like, they look at all of our code. They're like, oh, this is crazy. I'm going to make something totally different. So all of your open source learnings went to somebody else who now in SourceCred, because they've contributed a lot, et cetera, that project ended up richer than those two projects because it learned from those past projects. You can never represent the value really that we all gave to each other in this community through this. So I think SourceCred is probably it's one of the more inspiring projects I've seen. I love what they're doing. I think the idea is fantastic. I think it's very well thought through, but I'm concerned that there's still, in our current economy, a disconnect between the real value that open source gives and how much money there is in the system. I do think that SourceCred will probably end up being a really good basis for something in the future.
Okay, yeah. Thanks.
The other question you asked was about the different proposals. So that wasn't in any order, but I actually have a whole Medium article about it, about how different ways of proposal making. So basically all I'm saying is that if you're an organization, sometimes you decide by having a brainstorming session. Sometimes you decide by saying to somebody, listen, if your department has the resources, go ahead and do it, right? Sometimes you decide by saying, let's have a contest. Everybody put in an idea and we'll vote on the best one. So all I'm really trying to say is that as we create governance systems, we need to think about all those ways that we make decisions and create modules, right? So that if I say, hey, listen, I've got this problem with you, like, oh, go to that module. That's the brainstorming module. Go to that module. That's the consensus making module. Go to that module. That's the hackathon module. So that we need to create modules that represent how real organizations decide. I don't know of any real organization that says, hey, let's just get proposals from anyone and vote on them. Like, I actually don't know any company that does that. Right? So we've actually created a model that isn't reflecting of how we really make decisions. That's what I'm trying to point out. Yeah.
I've got another question, but I'll wait if someone wants to.
Yeah. Anyone else want to? I'm also open to comments, arguments. Everything is open.
If nobody else, then you just go, Ben.
Okay. Yes. The other one was a bit more. If you could explain a bit more the signal part.
Signal.
I didn't get. Yeah, Signal. I didn't get if you were like raising concern regarding Signal, or if it was more like no, it is actually an interesting feature.
So there's some really interesting projects talking about signaling. And signaling, for anybody who doesn't know, I keep using it, but I know when I first heard this term, I was like, what the heck is signaling? What does signaling mean? And basically signaling would mean something like, I can look at everybody's Twitter feed who's talking about this. I can run some natural language processing on it, and I can figure out what people's opinions are about this thing. So that would be signaling. And then I can tell what people's opinions are. So there's a very important distinction between what people think and the reality. So recently I was working with some people on architecturing some systems for discussion, like a Reddit, or a Discord, right? And in many of these forums, we have upvote, downvote, right?
Yeah.
Like, I like what you said, I don't like what you said. That means I agree or I disagree. Does it mean that you said something intelligent or educated? No. Does it mean that you said something, maybe you just said something funny that was a joke, and I'm like, oh, funny, right? And maybe you said something really controversial, and I'm like, cool, let's think about this controversial point. And maybe, I just like you and you're my friend, I'm like, I'm going to upvote him. Upvotes really don't, they're a form of a signaling that just, it's popularity, right? So we were thinking, if you had a moderating system, and Slashdot had this, right, and still does have this. Slashdot has a moderation system where everybody gets a turn to be a moderator. So when it's like jury duty, you get 2 weeks and you get some moderation points and it's your turn. And when it's your turn, you can go to any comment or any discussion and say, this was insightful, this was intelligent, this was controversial, this was funny, this was flame bait, this was a troll, this was redundant. Okay? And so they have like 7 things like that. Now I start to get a sense, they don't have upvote and downvote, but you could have that plus upvote, downvote, right? Now you could start to say, this person's a contributor, they contribute a lot, they're very controversial. Half the people love them and half the people hate them, but everybody thinks they're controversial. We definitely want him in the brainstorming session. Because he's controversial. He's going to come up with some stuff nobody thinks about. We don't want him to be president. Okay? Right? So that's what I mean about reputation and signaling are very different. And signaling can be very important. If everybody's talking about something, there might be a problem. Or it might be Kim Kardashian just got a new dress. Okay? And some people, it might not be important. No, blue looks better on her. No, green looks better on her. That a lot of people might be talking about it, but it's not important. But signaling would be good in any system to say, where are the points of agreement and disagreement that we need to discuss more deeply? Where are there problems that probably we need to surface? But I don't think that signaling is good for a substitute for voting. Does that make sense?
Definitely, yeah, it was quite interesting take.
Yeah. Anyone else?
Any other questions? No.
Cool. No, this is totally cool. Either I was clear, or people agree, or they disagree so vehemently they don't want to argue.
What was that, Ben?
Could you put? Yeah. If it's possible, like you were talking about
Slash
the moderating. Slashdot. Okay.
Slashdot.org. Yeah, you're too young, but before there was anything else on Web 2, it was one of the first Web 2 platforms. And Slashdot is fundamentally a news platform, mostly for type news. And it's fantastic because that's how it works. It's a discussion platform about the news where it really upvotes people who are better, and they generate you generate karma for yourself. So they have a reputation system where what your karma is, but it's lightly gamed. Like, it's just your karma. It's not like I'm the funniest guy, or it's gamed to a point where it gets really good, but not overly gamed where people are putting stuff up just to get numbers. I think it's a really good example of a good communications platform that rewards people for being good citizens and punishes people for being trolls. In an appropriate way. And punishment just means when you unfold, like if you open up a news thing, all of the trolls things are closed. Anybody who's got a comment that's below a rating of 1 are closed. And you can open them up. If you want to read flame bait, you are allowed to. You can open it up, but it's hidden by default. So it's not censored, it's just filtered.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Anybody who wants to read Flamebait, it's there.
Go right ahead.
Yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, not censored. And I think that's a really interesting and important decision in a democratic system, right? We're not going to, we won't filter it, but if this is, but we won't kill it off, but we will filter it. And then if you're a moderator, your moderation points, you can also say that was unfair. So they have a meta moderation system as well, where they have meta moderators. So people with the highest karma, who've been there the longest time, also get meta moderation so that they can figure out if the moderator is being unfair. I think that we can automate that. I think that could be easily automated. Like you could see if somebody got moderation practices and that, the second they got their moderation points, they started going to different things than they usually visit. They started upvoting all their friends or downvoting that guy. I think you could probably figure that out with some AI pretty quickly, but they have a manual meta moderation.
That's actually super important because then you get into like having that meta moderation level is that arbitration piece, right? Where if there is a dispute, then they can sort it out that way, which again is something that we've been discussing a lot in this space, is like, particularly if I again look at bounties and how, having arbitration to decide if there is a dispute between the creator and the fulfiller, who decides, right? Yeah. In this scenario where I shouldn't decide as the platform, but rather there should be a neutral party deciding.
Yeah, some kind of arbitration system, or if things are unfair,
right? Because again, who are the arbiters? How are they decided? Who makes them arbiters? And are they the right ones to decide in a particular dispute? Say if it's a dispute about design and scope creep.
Yeah.
Would I need designers as arbiters, or can they be random backgrounds?
Yeah. So again, in this system, like a Slashdot type system, I keep going back to them because they've done such a good job, and I started modeling some of my ideas around that. In that kind of system, you could say, okay, we're going to look for keywords. So let's say it's marketing, and what did you say? It was like design or feature creep. UI. Let's say UI is the design. You can look for all of the threads or groups that relate to design. You could find the people with the best karma, and you could say the moderators, of any disputes will be people, 5 people who are randomly chosen from the top 200 karma people with those keywords. And you could say, well, that's not voting, and it is. It's voting. Every time there's a thread, you vote whether that person is intelligent or not. You don't vote when it's time to vote. Every day you vote, and then when it's time to elect somebody, the elected official would only come from the pool of people who've proven themselves to be knowledgeable about that topic. If we did that, we'd have a totally different governing system. If we said every time you press like, that's a vote that will be tallied every, whatever it is, 4 years. And then you don't have to decide, do I agree with him or not? It's just every moment you're deciding that. It's also much less burden on human beings because we're doing that anyway all the time. We're saying smiley, frowny, little cry face. All the time we're rating things. And so that type of system that says every action you take is a vote could create much better elected officials that are elected. They're really elected. It's just not in an election.
Yeah, I like the feature about having turns in a community, and it reminds me about community-based groceries, kind of a food co-op style in the US, where you have different turns at different places inside the grocery, and obviously it enforces and probably strengthen the belonging to the community as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Roman democracy was just, was everybody got a turn. It wasn't elections. And I think most of us would agree that if somebody went down on the street and picked 100 random people, they'd be better than the parliament we've got. I mean, almost all of us think that. Yeah, just get some random people in there. Those guys, God only knows how they got there, right?
You know? It's probably like having like the tech to make multiple iteration at a much more macro level will be like the next coming up challenges to improve like the efficiency in terms of managing resources or.
Yeah, and I really believe that we are going to be in different communities that are going to want to have different ways of weighing these things. It's contextual, but if we have good records of what happened in the past, then we can say, okay, here's somebody's LinkedIn profile, here's their reputation on this platform, here's their reputation on that form, here's their degrees, let's do a calculation. And like I said, every community might decide on a different calculation, but having good records that are, you know, attributed, certifiable records will allow us to make better decisions about who should be governing what at what time. You know, a startup manager is different than a corporate manager. It's different, and we know that. So, yeah.
May I just add a remark here? This is Stefan.
Yay.
Of course, this assumes that you have persistent identity, right? Across time and across different contexts, right?
What I would prefer, again, I'm very agent-centric oriented, so I would prefer that I have an identity wallet and that I hold all of this data about myself in my identity wallet in some kind of secured way with my cryptographic keys. So that if I were to apply for a job, or if they said elections are coming up, I could expose all of my reputation data or my relevant reputation data. So my identity would only be persistent to me, and I would have a verifiable way of saying, yes, I'm willing to expose these credentials.
Of course.
Does that answer the question?
In a sense, yeah, self-sovereign identity.
Yeah, I think that's key to everything we're doing in this space.
So what I see in the kind of transactional phase of blockchain technology that we are currently in, I would think an interesting phenomenon is this of ephemeral entities, where you have very short-lived identities like public addresses, and I think that in the future we will see much more of these evolving, and the question is always how do you transfer reputation from one context to the other? Yeah, that's I think it's still an unsolved challenge, and maybe self-sovereign identity can resolve that in some future.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, I think that's probably true what you're saying. Yeah. You know, I've actually written and like I said, I've actually written a paper about that called Reputation Interpretation, and it really is about, for every purpose, reputation means something different. So whatever your purpose is, you're going to want to collect different data, and that data is out there. I mean, whether we like it or not, our data is out there. And I would also say that biometrics are out there. I mean, I know that there's a huge aversion to wanting to use biometrics as people's unique identifiers, but I think that that's naive. All of our governments, I don't think there's any one of us who doesn't have our fingerprints, facial scans, and some other stuff, you know, blood types known by at least 3 governments. So the only way for us to be able to control that biometric data is for me to have my own prints so I can find out who else is saving it illegally or legally. Because
the problem and the main argument against using biometrics is always that you can't change it, right? So you cannot get rid of your fingerprints in an easy way and choose another set, right?
I know, but it's too late.
Well, but that doesn't mean that the systems that we are designing and that we are thinking up need to use that kind of authentication.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I personally would like to have that so that I can find out who else has it. Because the only way I'll know if Google has it is if I have a matching algorithm and I know my own biometrics. So.
And if Google tells you.
Well, yeah, and if Google lets me into those databases and whatever, but it is one of those things where I agree with you, and it's too late. Our facial scans are everywhere. There's absolutely no way to take them back at this point. So we can be righteous about it, or we can admit to the practicality.
Yeah, I disagree here, because I think we have to think in generations, right? And for example, I'm pretty sure that my face is all over the place, yeah, but that's not necessarily true for the next generation.
Well, if you think that we're going to all start wearing masks on the streets, then what you're saying is true. Otherwise, I'm holding a device in my hand and I'm talking to you here. And if you think that there'll be future generations where people are going to wear masks on the street and where our devices won't be able to take photographs, then that might be true.
Well, we had the keynote of this conference was at least going in that direction. Yeah.
I hope my children don't live in that world.
Well, that's
I want to be able to.
That's another discussion.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, Grace. That was awesome, and I love the discussions. They're always the best. They're always the best part. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Arsenault from DAO Stack, who will be chatting about moving towards DAO mass adoption. But, there he is.
Hello.
Okay. Hello. I was basically looking at the participants and I was thinking, is Eric here? I messaged you on Telegram and everything. But you are here, so great. So we're going to start in about 4 minutes, just start straight on the dot. If you want to start sharing your screen to like the intro slide or anything, then please do, and we can iron out any kind of difficulties before we get started. So it's just at the bottom left to share screen, and then you'll be able to pick. Yeah. Perfect. One up. I have seen this.
I guess I can't see the viewers if I share as well.
No. So one of the main things you'll be able to do if you want to is if you switch your camera back on, we'll see your face at the bottom of the screen. If not, totally up to you.
Yeah, seeing my face is okay. Sure.
Like Grace said, you don't really see your face when you talk on stage, so.
Yeah.
Cool. And then what we're going to do is people can ask questions in the Metatrack Discord, or what we'll do after you're done with the presentation, we'll just ask them live and have a discussion, because I think that's the nice way to do it, rather than my reading questions out to you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So yeah, we can.
Yeah, I'm not going to see the questions, so.
No, that's fine. Yeah. I'll don't worry about that. I'll take care of those, and then once you're done, we can get people to ask live.
Okay. So the schedule is for 50 minutes. I definitely am going to breeze through this pretty fast. So we'll have for discussion.
What's been happening is really people will finish their presentation and then go into a discussion. You don't have to fill all the 50 minutes. If we feel like it's winding down, that's absolutely fine. We can finish a little bit earlier. That's not a problem.
Cool.
Excellent. So yeah, what's the weather like?
I don't know. I just woke up, to be honest. It looks rainy today.
Oh, good. So you're not tempted to go outside. That's
no.
I know. One of the things that I was saying is for me in the UK, it's going to be 20 degrees Celsius this weekend. So it's going to be those where I'm going to be at the window, just like
help me.
Yeah, looking outside and crying.
Right. How great that you have a good virtual conference to follow, right?
What's that?
How great that you have a good virtual conference to follow and don't need to go outside.
This is true. That's right. I can just bask in the glorious light of all of our wonderful speakers. This is very true, Stefan. You're right. Cool. So Eric, whenever you're ready, I think we can get started.
All right. So today I'm going to talk about a project I've been working on for some time with quite a few other people called OneUp. So here we go. So within decentralized networks, one of the big questions is just understanding who is contributing value. Just having an understanding and a picture of that is quite challenging. And so within centralized organizations, it's pretty obvious. You have a boss and a CEO, and the general understanding is that the higher in the pyramid you are, the more value you add. And there's also bosses that keep track of value add. So your boss will understand how much value you're adding and report it up the chain, and there's a clear understanding. But within decentralized networks, it gets a lot more complicated, and there's no easy way to understand who's adding value in the network. So what we did with OneUp is just to create a really simple mechanism for decentralized networks to give each other OneUp, which is a peer-to-peer reputation or reward system, which just tracks contributions in a really simple way. And then generally those can be thought of as a reward mechanism. So you receive OneUp, and then you can redeem those things for rewards. And those rewards can be voting power in a DAO, in a community. It can be prizes. It can be anything you want, really, or the community wants. So the high level flow is you do something that's value added in your community. Someone gives you some OneUp, and then you get a token which can be redeemed for something, and that something can be pretty much anything you can imagine. So I'll do a little demo. It's a lot easier to just see it in action. So actually, this just happened this morning. So so I gave an update on OneUp earlier this week. Someone called Jill wrote a command in Telegram, OneUp Eric Arsenault for the brief updates. And then the OneUp bot responds with some automated response. Eric Arsenault is a real deal, a real player. Just to show, for example, what this looks like, I'll dish out a OneUp. So I do OneUp. Let's say Darren for the dope OneUp and that enjoying. Okay. So now the OneUp bot response. Darren's an unbelievable gangster. And so dishing out OneUp can be done by anybody. Right now there's no limit. And this bot can be added to any community. We've had this bot added to maybe 4 or 5 different communities so far. If I click on view profile, everybody has a profile. You can keep track of all your 1-ups you've received from different communities. So here, this is 1-up community. There's some in the FestDAO chat, the 1-up Mud chat, Metacartel DAO chat. So you can keep track of all the 1-ups you've received and all the messages associated with them. And if you, right now I've associated my 3box profile to this, but if you didn't receive your 3box, if you didn't hook up your 3box profile, oh, he has as well. So let's just find someone who hasn't done that. Right, so if you're this user, you can claim your profile, and what this does is it just starts a chat with the bot via direct message, and you just claim an Ethereum address. And then it associates this Telegram handle with your Ethereum address, and then once you've done that, your 3box profile shows up here. So that's essentially how it works. But there's one last piece. So once you've claimed your 1-ups off chain, then you can submit them to the DAO. And the way we've built it so far is that you have 1 week to claim your 1-ups from the previous week. So right now it's telling me I have 2 days left for claiming my 20 1-ups from last week. And so I have 1 week. If I click this, it just allows me to submit those 1-ups to the DAO. And yeah, if I haven't mentioned this, right now the entire 1-up system is going through a single DAO. So the more 1-ups you have, that translates to voting power, which is reputation, and up tokens in a DAO stack DAO. And so you submit this to the DAO, and if it gets approved by the other members, it mints you reputation and tokens. So that's the flow. I'm not going to submit this one because I've already submitted it. And once people see these proposals, they can click on a proposal. So for example, if I click on this proposal, you get a nice link here, which you can click to do some auditing, and you can see, okay, these are the 1-ups he's gotten. This is the message associated with them. Right now there's no messages because that functionality was just added. But it allows you to do a really quick audit of the claims and vote on them. So let me think if there's anything else here to mention. Right now, it only works on Telegram, and it only works with one DAO. Our plans are to expand that to use multiple different DAOs, so that different communities can have their own separate 1-up bot. And also, we're looking at expanding it to different platforms as well, like Discord, for example. So then once you have your voting power and your tokens, then the question is, what do you do with your tokens? What is this? Why do you care? And that's a really good question. So I guess there's a few scenarios. The first scenario is where the voting power is voting power in a DAO in the community itself. And the second situation is where this mechanism is just used as a reward mechanism. So you can imagine having NFTs, for example, that the community can purchase based on the tokens that you've accumulated. So you could exchange those NFTs, those tokens, for tickets for events, for example. You could exchange them for cash or Bitcoin or whatever. You could exchange them for game items or anything else. Really, the idea is that it's very broad in nature, in that you can just reward and provide rewards to any community. And game item is bolded here because that's where we started with 1-up. The concept of 1-up was actually started through a proposal I submitted in the Metacartel community in the first round of grants back in September or so. And the roots of this concept was just creating a really simple game for the community where the more value you added, the more you built up your character. And so it started out as a card game, actually. So where you had everybody started with a really simple, boring pepper with spice level 0. And then over time, they could build up their character, buy items, and the visual, how cool their character was would essentially be a representation of the value they've added in the community. So if we go back to this slide here, where you have a network and no easy way to track value, the idea is by having game items, you can just really quickly just visually look at who has the coolest player, and or just visually see who has generated the most value in that community in a really simple way. Obviously, you could also just look at a leaderboard, but this is just a bit more fun. And the vision behind all that was, okay, well, eventually you could allow characters to build up their players, and you could have DAOs and guilds build up kind of a little empire, and you slowly build up your fortress, and then you could have a visual environment where the value that each network is contributing and the value of all the players is just visually represented in a really simple way, and you can navigate between them. We're far from there, but that was kind of the vision. So next steps, there's a lot of updates going on right now for 1UP. We received a lot of feedback from different communities on different functionality they want. So we're making those changes actively right now. So we just started our next sprint. We want to allow any community or DAO to spin up their own instance of 1UP. So right now there's just one 1UP instance and there's one DAO associated with it. So allowing different DAOs to spin up their own instance. And then right now it only works for DAO Stack. We're looking at expanding the feature to include to be hooked up to Aragon and Moloch DAOs as well. But yeah, that's 1UP. So if you're interested in checking it out, join our community. There's a lot of work to do as well if you're interested in collaborating. That's it. Really short, sorry.
No, it's good. Very to the point. So where can everybody find you? So you mentioned there's obviously there's work to be done, there's feedback. Where can everybody find you?
Yeah, I'll copy a link to the Telegram chat. It's probably the Telegram chat is the best place.
No, put it in. Are you in the Discord, or if you send it to me? Oh, there you are. No.
Yeah.
You meant Discord. I was like, no, Telegram. We're doing this. Perfect. Okay. And then, do we have any questions for Eric?
Have you tried it, Simona?
I have not, but I have seen it in being used in the Meta Gamma Delta channel. So yeah, where I'm a member of that. So we've been I've been seeing it this morning. A lot of action happening in the Dragon Quest.
Oh, beautiful.
So we're doing a few things about that hackathon and using 1UP. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I saw it, and that's why when I saw you were speaking about it, I was like, oh yes, okay, I definitely need to try it and give you that feedback in Telegram. So yeah, when did you start working on this? You mentioned you've been working on it for a while, but I don't think I've heard you talk about it, or have I?
Yeah, well, we kind of it had a previous name called Pepper 4D.
Okay.
And Pepper 4D was more geared towards the Metacartel community. The characters were peppers.
Right.
And then, we piloted the concept without building anything, just as like a really simple just tracking everything in a Google Sheet. And we had some, we had peppers, and you could buy bling on your pepper, and like it was just kind of a fun game, but it also really showed a lot of engagement, and people really liked it. So that was like the first version of the name, and then we launched last week. So that was this version of the game, a really raw MVP, but also something that we can build upon and expand to different communities and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. So is that the plan, to essentially then expand to different communities and have different communities?
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, for example, Meta, Gamma, Delta.
Yes.
I think it'd be great if, like right now, the one-ups that you claim within that community link to the one-up DAO. The idea is to eventually have that link up to your own DAO, so that each community has one. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
When do we think that will be, or is that like
soon? Yeah, in the next sprint, I think. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Yeah. So it's pretty cool. It's going to be fun. Yeah.
Awesome. Anybody else? So you've linked it. You've put the chat link in the Metatrack, and I think what we'll do is all of the talks, we'll have them uploaded and accessible as well. So if you want to revisit this, Ben, do you have a question?
Yes, I think I'm your most favorite supporter today. Yeah, well, I think it's more a question at the really early stage of OneUp. Could you maybe re-explain how you came up with this idea? And I don't really nail how, apart all the DAO and claiming your token extra, but with a Discord where you have already like the functionality to make a thumb up or thumb down, how do you improve the social layer with the solution you put up in front of us?
Those are good questions. In terms of how this came about, the idea was to have character cards for everybody. So you have a character card, and I have one, and Simona has one. And the idea was that you build up your character over time as you contribute value. So you contribute value, you get recognized by the community, and then through that recognition, you can build up your character. That's where it came from. But originally it was a very manual process. We had a Google Sheet. We didn't have a bot. So it was me just tracking everything in a Google Sheet, and then we also used a Figma board to display items, and like people would manually add their items. So it was like very, very manual and painful, but the concept was there. And then that evolved into, okay, well, if we want to scale this, the first thing we have to do is just have a bot that can automate all those transactions. And then right now, even with OneUp, we don't really have the character creation or anything as part of it, but the idea is to move towards that, where your character, you can just buy little items and improve it just for fun. But other communities might choose not to have that. Like if Meta, Gamma, Delta sees no need in having character creation, that's totally cool. You can just link it up to a DAO, and it's just voting power, or it's just something else.
I think there will be some octopus flying around probably.
Yeah, exactly.
But actually, it is actually quite interesting, like the initial thought about like through the social interaction, you actually building your character. And maybe can you go even deeper? What's your vision, like how building your own character in a virtual space or in a community can, I don't know, either strengthen the community belonging or help you to other quests or.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I think that one of the big problems that I was looking to solve is understanding the landscape when you're entering the community and like who's contributed value and like even where you can contribute value. But yeah, I'm not sure about social interactions and strengthening it. Like when we had Pepper 4D, we actually had this is something that is not part of the current scope at all, but we had weekly battles. So one of the things you could do with your character was buy, weapons and defense items and like objects. And then we had weekly battles where everybody would join into a room and have a battle, and we had like rules around the battle and what you could do. And then you had players coming out. You had teams actually that would work in these battles. And so it was quite an advanced thing that we can't really do today. But yeah, I think some elements like that really strengthened bonds and allowed people to work together in teams. But it's pretty far out, to be honest.
And yeah, no, but it was quite. And the thing you said when you enter in a community to discover a bit the landscape and how you can contribute, and especially how you can start. How actually OneUp is helping that or interacts with this topic?
So again, this is not in the current stage, but the idea was that if you could visually see the characters of the different players, they would tell you who's added value, so it would allow you to know who you can contact within the community and who is like an elite member of the community. And the other idea was that, within a DAO, for example, you generally have many different projects associated with it. And so the idea was that eventually those different projects would be able to accumulate points as well. So as you contribute to a project, you would actually earning yourself, but then part of your one-ups that you earn go to your project. And so projects would have a visual representation as well. So if you have a project that a lot of people are starting to contribute value to, that project would have a physical presence in this world where you start building, a little fortress, and it might be very large or small depending on how much value is added.
Okay. Cool.
But again, pretty far out and not in the immediate plan, but that was the idea.
But yeah.
And then, oh yeah, go ahead.
Go for it. Yeah, just
I guess there's some lag.
No, my final word was I found like a quite elegant OneUp approach, just a bot and a OneUp. So yeah, I was quite seduced by the solution.
Yeah, it's been quite fun. The other question about Discord, yeah, we're thinking that for Discord, those emojis would actually just each be a OneUp. So you get an emoji, it's a OneUp. And I guess, yeah, Discord already has emojis, but I think the nice thing about the OneUp system is that it's persistent. So, your emoji you get is just an immediate recognition, but it's not actually worth something after the fact. So the idea with OneUp is to translate that into something that actually is, worth something, voting power or something else in a more permanent way.
Yeah, maybe to share, because Simona was in the previous call as well, but there was also a similar question regarding like a source cred as well. Because in Discord they are actually implementing the algorithm and analyzing reactions of people and how they actually contribute and value. So maybe it will be a question for you on how you position yourself to compare to source cred. The first question, and the second one was more about the feedback of the former speakers, saying that one up, no, it wasn't one up, but like a thumb up can have a spectrum of meaning. It can be like it's fun, it's interesting, you're just my friend, and so building then a score on the if it doesn't narrow at some point, or you put a tag on it, and then she was explaining also about like having tons of people going on the different kind of variation of one up, so as to increase the information and the reputation, or the accuracy of the reputation. So that was the expression.
I think the general theme is that we want to keep it super simple. And SourceGrid's doing amazing things. But in many ways they're building like a fusion reactor. and like we're building like a like a little like windmill or something, right? It's like let's see what we can capture with like minimal energy, and that has like very, very basic mechanisms. Like with SourceGrid, you still have like, it's very complex, and you implement SourceGrid, and then you have like all these parameters you have to modify, and it's like to wrap your head around like what parameters like what that looks like is actually quite complex. And I mean it's a great approach, but we just want to make like a very, very simple tool that any community can start using today. It's just one thing to think about, and you're good to go. In regards to the different emojis and what they're worth, again, it's just simplicity. Just if we just make everything worth one, I guess the question then is, what happens if someone does a thumb down? Is it still worth one? I don't know. Maybe we'll have.
That will be the next sprint.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for your question.
And you put all the stuff, the things where you need to get things done, or you're looking for support. It's all in your Telegram, or you have other communication channel.
We do have a core channel of like developers and people who are building on it. So if you're interested in contributing, like feel free to reach out. There's a lot of cool things we're working on that we think will expand this, and we're really hoping that this will be a tool that like a piece of infrastructure that all projects are going to use and communities are going to use. So
awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
Great.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Cool. So next will be the next talk will be in about 35 minutes. We're going to have Johan Barbie talk about layer 2, Plasma, rollups, and onboarding UX. Oh my goodness, that is a very complete talk. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the schedule back as a background, and then I will see everybody in about 30 minutes for Johan Barbie talking about, like I said, a whole bunch of very cool things. So I will see you in a bit. Oh, by the way, if you haven't claimed your POAP token, go and do it. Just click on the POAP token bubble on the on Interspace, on the non-con Interspace. And also there is a Gitcoin grant for Interspace that you can actually go and support these guys who have built this this product, this space that we are in right now. So if you're enjoying the experience, then you can check their Gitcoin grant out. I will link it in the Metatrack channel, but I'm pretty sure it's already in the general as well. But I'll just link it there so you can contribute if you enjoy the experience. So yes, I will link those both in the Metatrack channel. And I will see you in 30 minutes.
See you in 30 minutes. Thanks.
Yeah. So we are going to start back up in about 5 minutes. And let's see, do we have our next speaker, Johan, in the room?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, hello. So just some technical details. Obviously, your share screen is at the bottom left. And then if you want to share your screen and also appear in a small window at the bottom of the screen, then just turn your camera back on because it will switch it off when you start screen sharing. Yeah, let's test it.
Should I try it now? Okay, so I'll share my entire screen and then I turn my camera
so then you're
back on.
Tiny in the
like this
bottom, and then there's your there's your slides,
and then you see those.
So we see the slides, and then also you in a small window at the bottom. There we go. Perfect. So anything else, what will happen is any questions that come through in the Discord, I'm going to kindly ask people to ask them live. It just starts a nice conversation rather than me asking you, reading out the questions. And then that's about it. Okay. So in a couple of minutes, we're ready to go, just to keep to the schedule, so anybody who's coming in specifically for this doesn't miss anything.
Yeah, perfect. Cool.
Excellent. Oh, and also if you ever, it's been great in terms of connection so far, but if at any point you feel that your connection is dwindling for some reason, see the 3 dots at the bottom right?
Yeah.
You can manage your video quality. So if you reduce it to standard definition instead of high, if you have any issues.
Yeah.
It's been totally fine so far, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
Cool. Perfect.
Awesome.
So let's go back to this. And we have 5 people, so actually 2 people. So let's wait for someone to come in, I guess.
Yeah, let's give it a few more minutes.
Of course, I forgot to turn my video back on. Yeah.
So be careful when you toggle so that it only shares your one screen, because right now I can see myself.
Yeah, so I wanted to go to the full screen, but what you're saying is that I could...
If you unshare now, stop sharing, and when you share, do Chrome window and just share that window.
That thing, okay, cool.
And then you can go into present mode.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And then just click present, and then it will bring it all up.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Okay.
And then if you want to switch your camera back on, but yeah, let's give it 3 or 4 minutes just to get some people in, and then we can get started.
Cool. Now I got it. Thank you.
No worries.
Sweet. Now I can also jump to the other tabs and do stuff.
Yes, nice. Exactly. It's always like, that's the main thing with sharing the one tab, is that you can do, bits in the background that you don't necessarily want to share with the world.
Mm-hmm.
How has it been? Have you been in any of the other?
No, I was busy with stuff, so I didn't manage anything yet. But I put a lot of the talks tomorrow on my schedule, so
yes,
I'll be hanging out on the balcony, listen to talks.
Very cool. Very cool. What do you actually prefer? Do you prefer attending the session, or listening to it on YouTube?
I actually think attending the session kind of feels more hands-on, because it feels like every other, call that I have where, things are discussed or anything like that. So I kind of like the Jitsi experience. We're also using Jitsi in most of the team calls now. So yeah.
Okay. Really?
Yeah.
Just using that instead of anything else. Nice.
Yeah, we set up our own server because the default Jitsi stuff wasn't that good. And now it's all cool and fast and so.
I think so many people are essentially trying to find what the different options are in terms of tech.
Yeah.
A lot of companies will just use Zoom, right? But as we've seen, it's going. There's so many issues with privacy, and there's so many different issues with all sorts of things that I think people are.
Also, in terms of kind of integrating the experience into a website, I think there is a lot that we can do. And if you have structured calls, like, for example, Holacracy kind of has a pretty strict meeting structure, then you can create a bunch of overlays, I can imagine, and kind of all the tools that you need to actually do the things that you do. So if you have a call and people need to kind of decide if a bounty should be created or not, you could have the Web3 tools to kind of deploy a contract and fund it with a few tokens or something like that. You could integrate that right into the meeting. So I think the possibilities are infinite.
Yep.
Cool. So should we wait more or should I just get started?
Totally up to you. You have about an hour. So, and obviously this is all live streamed and it's being recorded. So
yeah, I tweeted a couple of times about it, but I've only included the Interspace link. So I wonder if I should have included the YouTube as well, but I didn't know it. So. Anyway, I'll get going. So hi everyone, my name is Johan and I work with an organization that is called LeapDAO. And I'll be talking about generalized layer 2. And by generalized, I don't mean that it's kind of, that we abstracted some stuff away, but I'm specifically talking about being able to run smart contracts on layer 2. So there has been a lot of layer 2 scaling tech like payment channels and these kind of things, but they don't allow you to kind of do whatever you want. You have to design it specifically. You have to design an application around it, or you have to design layer 2 tech to do something like limited. And I want to compare different technologies that allow you to run smart contracts, any smart contracts. And I will also answer these nice questions that I put on Twitter, like, is Plasma dead? Or can I rollify my DApp? And what do I need to do to scale my decentralized application to like thousands or millions of users? So I hope I can answer those questions. But let me take a step back and introduce LeapDAO real quick. So we are a decentralized adaptive organization. We're not autonomous because there's humans, and adaptive because we use holacracy. So the idea of holacracy is to kind of structure a company like a living organisms with cells that are autonomous and that interact. And the organization can also change at any time depending on the influences from outside. So that's why it's adaptive. We do research on layer 2 for quite a while already, and we are Ethereum Foundation grantees. We're kind of all over the place, but mostly Europe. And we have a couple of values in the org: running code over assumptions, which is obviously clear. So self-management over hierarchies. So self-management comes all from holacracy, and this is this idea that instead of having someone telling you what to do, you figure it out yourself. And that's really hard. And then coordination, and that is even harder. Obviously, we value rough consensus over voting. So we don't actually think that voting is always the best thing. And it also takes a lot of time. And we value community over market cap, which just means we like the people that we work with and don't care about launching tokens. I'll give, for those that don't have a technical background, I'll try to give a very brief but sufficient kind of rehearsal of layer 2 so that you kind of know what the scaling tech is doing and how it can be utilized. So You can generalize and just say layer 2 makes blockchain scalable, but how does it do so? Well, it all starts with kind of the Ethereum network on the bottom, producing new blocks from the left to the right. And you can deploy a bridge contract, which kind of creates this connection to the layer 2, which runs above. And then anyone can come and kind of deposit some tokens into these contracts, into this bridge contract, and then they kind of move on to layer 2. And on layer 2, there is some kind of entity that is either aggregator or validator or some service that collects the transactions and the events like the deposit and produces blocks from those. So they are numbered and grouped, and then regularly these transactions that are off the Ethereum network, they are committed back to Ethereum, specifically to this bridge contract, by either submitting the root hash, this is what Plasma is doing, or by submitting the whole transaction data. And this is what usually rollups are doing. And then obviously anyone can kind of observe the network, and obviously this party that aggregates the transaction could make a mistake, for example, a double spend. And if someone spots that, then the bridge contract offers you a possibility to kind of challenge anything that is going on layer 2. So basically the bridge contract implements a light client for this layer 2 network. And in the light client, you can prove that any transaction was invalid or a double spend or wrong execution or something like that. And that will either revert the transaction or give the coins back to you that you think you lost in this transaction. So you can make an exit. So we've worked on this tech for 2 years now, and I want to show you some things that we've built with it so you get a feeling for it. Our first thing was in Croatia, Block Split, last year, and we printed these nice paper wallets for about 200 participants of a conference. And then they could buy food and drinks at the conference. So we had a few thousand transactions there, and the whole event has cost us, I think, $6 or $7 in transaction cost. So this is something that wouldn't be able on the mainnet. Also, you would wait in this queue for quite a while until your payment would be in. But because we used layer 2, we could kind of run the whole event and have little to no inconvenience for the users. Then we went to Cannes, the film festival in France, and we presented this platform that does rights management on layer 2. So we every rights owner could create a token for his movie, for in this case Vice, and then there was a streaming site where people could kind of go and stream a movie. And that would immediately kind of pay funds to the rights holder. Then we had a game build on layer 2 by Max Stalker, a dungeon runner. In autumn, we tried something funny together with Social Distortion Protocol, a game called Planet A. And we tried to model kind of the tragedy of the commons related to the global warming through CO2. So basically people could kind of interact with each other. There was a form of social mining, but also there were emissions with every action that the user did, which increased the price in the pop-up economy. So the users could try to enrich themselves by kind of doing a lot of interactions with the network, but that would make everything kind of also expensive because the CO2 would increase. And we try to kind of reflect back on the participants of the pop-up economy, what our collective actions how our collective actions can kind of affect us. And then an interesting project was Diora. We did a pop-up democracy with a European party called Volt. They had a congress in Germany where about 500 people participated, and each of the participants received this voting card that you see on the left side. And with a voting card, they would do like traditional votes, like raising the hand or raising the card. But we added this little QR code at the bottom that would launch a burner wallet. And the burner wallet would allow you to do a digital vote in addition to the physical ones. And yeah, we had about 200 people participate out of this crowd of 500 and give their quadratic votes. And this was not a techie crowd at all. So there were all ages kind of included, and most of the people didn't even notice that they used blockchain underneath to do the vote. So what's our contribution to the whole thing? Obviously, we want to kind of close the gap between humans and blockchain. So we think good user experience means to have like fast confirmation times, no gas fees for end users, and high security. And we can achieve the whole thing using the existing technologies today before the start of ETH 2.0. And this is a summary of what I've just told you. So while last year we've been working on Plasma, in summer last year a new technology came up, which is called rollups. They're both layer 2 technologies, and I want to give you an overview of what's currently out there. So if you would be building, if you would need scalability for your app, I think these are the choices that you would face. So I prepared kind of a comparison here. I have Plasma, I have optimistic rollups, and I have zero knowledge rollups here. And I'll kind of try to show you that, which one to pick. And then we'll kind of go through a tech overview, and then I'll give a specific example trying to put a decentralized application on layer 2. And so you can kind of see what the reasoning is there. So I compared those based on data model, execution environment, finality, exit duration, and operator gas cost. Let's just go through it. So as you know, every blockchain kind of has an underlying data model, and in Plasma, this is exclusively the UTXO model. Why is it like that? Because Plasma verifies consistency, not kind of on every block, but the validity of the chain is enforced on the exit. So there is a specific exit game where you can exit funds. And because proving you're making an on-chain proof about your balance in some kind of data structure, for example, in a Merkle tree, would be quite difficult with an account model. So you would kind of need to present the sum of all your historic like deposits and withdrawals. The UTXO model is just simpler. So to give you a comparison, the account model is what you know from your bank account. There's just one number and it changes over time when you have deposits and withdrawals. The UTXO model, UTXO stands for unspent transaction outputs. And it's more comparable to your wallet where you keep bills, money in. If you want to know the balance of your wallet, you basically have to take all the money out and count through the bills and sum them up, and then you know your balance. And the data model is very similar on chain. So you have a UTXO of, let's say, $50, 50 something Bitcoin. You want to pay something that's worth 20, then you have to spend your UTXO, create a transaction that spends your UTXO worth 50 and create two outputs, one of 20 to the merchant that you're buying something from, and one of 30, which is the change output. That's the money that goes back to you. So UTXOs always have to be consumed kind of at once, and they have this nice property that by that they're kind of binary. So a UTXO is either spent or not. And that's why it's very, very easy to use in a challenge game or in a proof. You can simply kind of make an assumption about the UTXO. You can say, look, this is a valid UTXO. I want to exit it from the layer 2 chain. And then you give a challenge duration, and anyone can come and say, like, no, here's a transaction that spends this UTXO, so it's not valid anymore. It's a spent UTXO, and you can't exit it. So Plasma always uses the UTXO model. There is a different optimistic rollup implementations. So let's go to rollups. If you remember the previous diagram where we had the Merkle trees, maybe I'll go back to this. Exactly this one. So the difference between Plasma and rollups, very briefly, is that Plasma only commits the root hash of the Merkle tree of the transactions that have been collected in a Plasma block. And rollups, it also adds the transaction data. So it kind of uses, while data availability has to be taken care of by the Plasma network, data availability in the rollup situation is kind of delegated to layer 1. So the transaction data is committed to the chain, but it's not executed. That's where we try to get the savings from. So because message data has become much cheaper within some of the last hard forks of Ethereum, we can kind of use it to publish our transaction data. So everyone has data availability about things, but we don't want to execute it, because then we would kind of incur the same costs as if we just run our DApp on layer 1. So let's go back to this. Yeah, so optimistic rollups are a design where we commit the data to the chain, and then we give challenge durations. So everyone can kind of come later and say, hey, this wasn't a valid block, here's a proof. And that's why it's optimistic. So we kind of commit it first, and then we wait for challenges. And then there's this popular design of zero-knowledge rollups. Zero-knowledge rollups work in the way that you bring some of the data and you bring a proof that all the transactions in the block are valid. And this proof is verified on the submission, during the submission of the block. And then obviously we know that there is no there are no hidden inputs, so none of the transactions are private or anything like that. We just use zero knowledge in this situation to verify that something has been executed correctly. Good. Execution environments. So they have different Plasma chains have tried to kind of implement a generalized computation. We have built an execution environment ourselves, which is called SoliVM. So Solidity VM. We implemented an EVM in the EVM, used it together with Plasma. In the optimistic rollup space, there is Optimism. The Plasma that is the thing created by the Plasma group. Then there is Nutberry. There is SoliVM, again, can be used, and Arbitrum VM. There is a couple more, so this is not a complete overview. If you want to learn more, there has been an interesting article written by a grant from Moloch DAO recently on layer 2. I think if you just search for Moloch and layer 2, you'll find it. And in the ZK rollups space, there's SyncVM, a VM that kind of is able to execute computation in zero knowledge. Let's look into finality. So this is kind of a difficult topic. Maybe let's start from right to left. So zero knowledge, if ZK rollups, if you submit a block, the proof is verified right away. So the finality here, I would consider like minutes. And obviously, we're not talking kind of about economic finality, because then to whatever I've put into this chart here, you kind of have to add the finality of the Ethereum network itself. But I'm just kind of talking about when a block or a transaction that has been included can't be reversed or removed from the data structure of the bridge contract. So in ZK rollups, it's immediate. In optimistic rollups, there's different setups by the different projects. So some have finality within hours. So I talked to Pinkybell, who created Nutberry, and he explained his consensus algorithm. But when you actually look into merged mind consensus, which was the first consensus algorithm proposed for rollups, there the finality is days. So basically, I think they also picked like 7 days, and within these 7 days, you can prove that any block that's in there is invalid, and then the whole thing is rolled back to the block before the invalid block. So here you really have to wait days until kind of you're sure that your block is in. But look at it from the other side. If you know your block is valid, and then obviously no one will be able to challenge it. So this finality is subjective. And in Plasma, we have something similar. You have a finality of the blocks pretty much soon, and you will see that that isn't the same like kind of the exit duration for your funds. So let's talk about exit duration. We already kind of described the bridge contract and that you can do deposits and exits from it. You can use any ERC20 tokens or ERC721, or you could even kind of do blockchain communication by like doing inter-contract calls through the bridge. The exit duration is how quickly can you get money out that you have on the chain. ZK rollups, obviously, once the block is in and the proof is verified, you can withdraw from it. In optimistic rollups, you have to go past the challenge duration of the blocks. So that's somewhere between hours and 7 days. And in Plasma, the exit duration is the specific parameter that is set up. So it's 7 to 14 days, depending on how old your UTXO is. And exit duration is something that affects a lot of use cases. So obviously, if you have like a market, like an arbitrage bot, you don't want to run it on layer 2 because you can't move money fast enough to even participate in arbitrage. So, but this is not a user experience problem that is severe in all use cases. Like you can build something that's called a fast exit market maker. So someone who buys a pen exit from you and pays you, let's say, 99% of the funds right away. And then operator gas costs. So in Plasma, we always just submit kind of 32 bytes. So that's very low per transaction for the operator. In optimistic rollups, there's medium to high cost depending on the size of your transaction. And obviously in ZK rollups, you have to submit and verify the zero knowledge proof, and that is starting at 350,000 gas. For Sync VM proofs, probably even higher. So you have pretty high costs here operating such a network. So I guess we want to find out, how do smart contracts even work on top of rollups? And this is a slide where I kind of try to give you an idea of how a life cycle of a contract can be on a rollup. For this, let's just go through it. I think so. If you have a smart contract and you want to put it onto layer 2, you won't just be able to do it the same way like on Ethereum, so connect to the RPC and send a transaction. There are some rollups that use their own VM, like Soli VM and Arbitrum VM, and there are some rollups that use the contracts running on layer 1 to verify things on layer 2. So when you have the code, you either need to recompile it, or you need to kind of make it available. So, but in any case, the contract code, recompiled or not, to a rollup, first of all, goes onto layer 1. So it's kind of available in the case of a challenge. And at the same time, it will be picked up by the validator of the layer 2 network and kind of taken into its execution environment, into its VM. Now, let's say a user sends a transaction to one of these smart contracts. It goes to the validator. The validator executes the transaction, creates a new block. That's step 3 here. It generates a state root, creates a transaction list, and then it anchors this on the bridge contract. And that just means that transaction data and the state root is submitted. And now let's assume that this validator was malicious and we have like an honest observer or even the sender of the transaction that has observed that and wants to kind of go and challenge that. So that's step 5. The challenger needs to bring in the transaction, the anchor, and the state. And then there is a challenge manager contract that will kind of set up everything given the data from the user so that on layer 1, a challenge can be run. It will either, initiate the contract call to the deployed contract on layer 1 with modified state, or it will kind of use this true-bit verification game where you have a multi-step process to kind of talk with a challenger and the solver to find out if this transaction or this block has been executed correctly. And then once we know the result, then this will go back to kind of the bridge contract, and either the block will be reverted or the challenge will just be closed. I've already talked about that there's different execution environments. So when you look here into Nutberry or Optimistic VM, it's set up in a way where all challenges can be done in one step. So, and if you look at SoliVM and AVM, they kind of rely on the true-bit verification game. So what do we mean by that? Let's look at the true-bit verification game, true-bit-like verification game first. So let's say you have a computation, a transaction execution. It has every opcode that is executed is kind of a single step of this execution, and we can roll it up like from, in this example, from 0 to 14. And if we have two parties, one challenger and one solver, they both agree on the first step. That's the step when the VM is empty or just loaded with the program and the transaction itself. And the last step, which is the result of the computation. And let's assume they disagree about the last step. So they can do a binary search kind of. So that the challenger asks the solver, hey, what's the state of your VM? Let's compare the total state of your VM at step 7. And then the solver kind of looks at the VM at this state of execution and hashes all the relevant data like memory and stack and whatnot. And it produces the hash. And then they compare the hashes of the VM and they find they are the same. So the error must be somewhere in the second half of the execution. And they kind of continue comparing states of the VM until they find two consecutive states where they agree on the previous one, but they disagree on the next one. And then what both Arbitrum VM and SoliVM can do, they can kind of they have the ability to run any single step on chain within the block gas limit. So at this moment, the on-chain VM can kind of be initialized with step 12, and it will run until step 13 in the program, and it will decide if the solver or the challenger are correct. And this will resolve the whole challenge game about invalid execution. you can imagine that this takes hours and is kind of clunky because, what if we have a gas storm, then sending a lot of transactions will be delayed or very expensive. Another way to kind of tackle the problem of verifying off-chain computation is what Optimistic VM and Nutberry are doing. So they kind of take a contract and they create a contract corpus out of it. So most of the opcodes, they're kind of, they can just kind of be executed like that on layer 1 in case of a challenge, but there are few that need to be changed. So for example, if you have as load and as store, that means that you interact with storage. Storage, if you have a contract deployed on layer 1, it doesn't know what the storage state is on layer 2 currently. So what both OVM and Nutberry do, before they deploy a contract, they kind of hollow it out. So they replace every instance of an as load, as store, call, or static call opcode with the call to the execution manager. And the execution manager has been set up before at the beginning of the challenge with the relevant data at this point in time that kind of existed when the transaction in question has been executed on layer 2. And this rewriting of the code before deploying it gives the ability to kind of run every challenge as if it were on layer 2 within the block gas limit. So I kind of tried to take you into the details and explain how the different execution environments work. And now I want to jump into kind of comparing Plasma and rollups. So rollups have been quite a hype at the end of last year and beginning of this year. There have been a couple of articles on the internet that kind of claim that they are the superior scaling technology, and within the team we kind of set out and we try to really kind of compare Plasma rollups with kind of tiny transactions, so simple transfer transactions, and rollups that actually contain smart contract transactions or zero knowledge proofs. And there is an article, so I've included a link here, the bit.ly link. It's an article that we just published yesterday, and a QR code that goes to the same thing. The title of the article is Scalability. Rollups are not a cure-all. And it kind of, let's just go through it. I'll try to explain it. So what we've done is we simulated layer 2 blocks containing different amounts of transactions. So, and then we measured the gas cost for the operator to kind of, anchor these blocks in layer 1. And what we find that because Plasma has a static kind of cost, no matter how many transactions there are, the cost of a single Plasma transaction, like within the rollup, the more transactions there are in the block, the faster this cost approaches zero. So it's kind of like driving a bus. If you get a lot of people in there, it's very cheap. And the bus only takes kind of the space of one car on the highway. So you share the cost or the space on the highway. And then running simple rollup transactions, which just means we took the average cost size or gas cost of a transfer transaction, ERC20 transfer transaction. And then we included different amounts between 1 and 200 transactions in one rollup block. And then we looked at the cost. And that is the red line here. So we are approaching a certain kind of minimum there. And And then we took a tornado cash transaction. So the full zero knowledge proof and all the, the heavy message data that you have if you try to build a zero knowledge app. And we included a bunch of transactions in a layer 2 block and measured that. And the results are kind of interesting. So a block with 200 kind of zero knowledge transactions on layer 2, it costs about 5 million gas to be submitted to layer 1. So that just for one block, that would be a cost of $10 for the operator of the layer 2 network to include 200 transactions. And we calculated the savings. So when you have a layer 2 block that only contains one transaction, then with the zero knowledge proof, then you save about 60% of your cost. And this number increases the more transactions are in there. So if there's 2 transactions in a block, you save 80%, 5 transactions, you save 87%, and so on. And the thing that we found is that the savings rate approaches 93%. So if we include more transactions in a block, we're actually not becoming any much cheaper than 10x. So this is a limit. I think that is quite important to point out. Rollups can only kind of, with fat transactions, can only give you improvement of 10x. And yeah, you'll probably say, cool, 10x is a lot already, thank you. But there's a lot of use cases out there like micropayments or just business models that require a lot of transactions that are still not viable at this cost of kind of running the transactions. So if you have a microtransaction that pays 2 cents and you spend 1 cent to kind of put it on a roller, then that's probably not an application that will ever exist. So yeah, please check out this article, and I would be super happy about feedback. We included the code, everything that's necessary to kind of to verify the numbers. And yeah, and we kind of found this limit that with rollups you can go 10x max than transaction cost on the mainnet. So yeah, I want to, last thing now, I want to take you through an example use case. So we will be looking at a specific DApp, and we'll try to select the right execution environment to put it on layer 2 to kind of make things cheaper. So I decided to have a look at Colony. On the bottom right, I kind of I'm showing the architecture of the Colony contracts. Yeah, maybe let's dive into Colony. So Colony is the service that exists on Ethereum, where as an organization you can kind of write out tasks, and there is a structure to the tasks that enables either team members or external contributors to kind of complete tasks and then have the task being paid out and record reputation in your organization together with the tasks. And then if there's disputes, you can use your reputation, you can stake your reputation and kind of vote on things. So Colony streamlines a very kind of a general process that is probably found in a lot of organizations. And but there is quite a lot of contract interactions. So actually we are using Colony in LeapDAO as well. And when we do bounty payouts, sometimes our transactions cost about 2 million gas. Just because if you have 3 participants in a bounty, for example. And that is due to kind of all the features and the reputation and all this kind of stuff that's calculated in the Colony contract. So obviously, if you kind of pay $5 or something to pay out a bounty, it's probably not a bounty that pays out $10, but it has to be substantial. So you don't have too much overhead costs. So could we kind of make Colony faster? So let's look at their requirements. They already build all their contracts. They require every EVM execution. And obviously they don't want to change their contracts to kind of deploy them on layer 2. They don't want to rewrite everything. They want to have low fees and fast block times, obviously. Who doesn't? They probably need deposits and exits of ERC20s into the layer 2, and then within the layer 2 into the bounty contract or something like that. And then probably they want to have their reputation kind of provable on layer 1, so you can kind of export data from the rollup and use it in some other DApp to do something with it if you want. So I took the same table that I created before with the overview, and we can already kind of make conclusions for this specific case. So even though you can run smart contracts on Plasma, what these smart contracts, they work in a different way because they work in the UTXO model. There's not really a thing like the account state that you have on Ethereum. So it's more like, we call them, it is more like scripts that can also use a state, but the state is not bound to an account. So this would require a rewrite of the Colony contract. And because of that, we can kind of, cross Plasma out and say, that's not possible to use in this specific use case. And then for the ZK rollups, there is a new VM. So again, we would need a rewrite of the whole thing. And it's probably, there's no EVM in ZK rollups. So that's probably also not a technology that that Colony could use. So left are optimistic rollups, and then we would probably go and pick one that has an account model and one that I don't know, has been kind of verified or something like that. So look into OVM or Nutberry or AVM. What I want to say is that there is different technologies out there, and there is no cure-all. So in this situation, because we want smart contracts to work exactly like on Ethereum, and there is investment already, we go to rollups, and we probably will go and claim this like 10x improvement. But if we have another app that uses high frequency kind of micro payments, a streaming service or something like that, then probably rollups will not cut it in their cost structure, and then we will decide for Plasma or we will decide for ZK rollups. And I think that's the conclusion from my talk. We have 15 minutes left, and I guess I'll open this overview here, the tech comparison, and want to see if there's any questions.
Thank you so much. That was super, super thorough and super interesting. And I love how much you guys have done already, particularly the CAN activation. That's amazing. And whenever you say, oh, people didn't realize that we're using blockchain, that is perfect. Good.
Thank you.
Mission accomplished. I wonder if there are any questions from anybody here. I just looked in Discord and we don't seem to have any in there.
All right. No questions then.
No. If you have any links, also put them. Are you in the Discord, in the Metatrack?
No, I forgot to sign up to the Discord, but I don't know. I can still do it and throw the links in there in like 5 minutes or something like that.
Or send them to me via Telegram or something, and post them. I don't mind. I'm just at Simona Pop, all in one. So just ping them to me, and then I'll share them with everybody in the Discord.
Cool. We'll do in a sec. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Pleasure. This one, and I'll also share the slides. So the article that I was talking about and the slides.
Yes, please. Excellent. Yeah, I'm just getting them now, so I will pop them in Discord in a second.
I've stopped sharing my screen. It's yours again. Thanks for having me.
So much. Thank you, Jan. And in about 15 minutes, we will have Ivan. Ivan, are you in here? Yes, I can see you. Ivan, can you hear us? Maybe he stepped away. But basically, Ivan will chat about how to facilitate blockchain mass adoption. So that will be amazing. Are we going to solve this?
Well, I don't know if you solved it yet, but definitely looking forward to talking to everyone in about 10-15 minutes. And I hope that there will be questions and there will be chances to move this into a, let's say, into a direction which is more like a discussion after the presentation itself.
Okay, so just, oh, I can hear myself. What is that? Is everybody else muted? Yes. Do you mind muting yourself for a second? Ivan. Perfect. So I was just going to say, just some housekeeping. The share screen button is just at the bottom left. I don't know if you want to test it now real quick, and then we make sure that it's all working. Okay. And the main thing to do is make sure that you share just the one Chrome window, because otherwise anything you do will be able to see. So if you don't want to touch anything else, then leave it like this. If not, you can stop sharing and then reshare with just the Chrome tab. Totally up to you.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. And then, so okay, so we'll see you in about 10 minutes.
Yes, thanks for the intro and looking forward to the conversation. Okay.
Perfect. See you in a bit.
Also ich habe mir da Videos gesehen und gedacht, das müssen wir dann mit Mike besprechen, weil das können wir sofort.
Weißt du, was das ist?
Okay, Ivan, do you want to start sharing your screen?
Hello, everyone. It's great being here. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to talk at NonCon, 2020. And I'm really looking forward to having this conversation with everyone. If you want to ask any questions on Discord, I will be more than happy to answer them and to chat about what we did so far. Okay, so I'm moving now to the presentation, itself. I think I'm going to try to explain to you a bit about what we do right now as a company, what types of products are we building, and why do we think that our focus on scalable products and products that need to have mass adoption is something that is the winning strategy for us as a product development agency and for this market as such. So MVP Workshop basically defined itself as a product development company that tries to define the needs, the actual needs of the users of our clients to help them build our scalable products and products that need to have mass adoption is something that is the winning strategy for us as a product development. Sorry, it seems I had some sort of lag, while talking, and I started hearing myself.
No, I think just came into the room, and then until he muted himself, we had a little bit of sound.
Okay. Sorry. And in certain cases, we also try to help our clients also grow these products, which means that we have clients that are with us for several years now that have active blockchain products with thousands of users. And we believe that our approach was also a part of their growth and that we grew together as companies. So as I said, my name is Ivan, and I run this company called MVP Workshop. What we tried to do in general, and the reason we entered the Web3 space, was that we tried to build actually an email system back in 2015, and this email system was desired to be very private, and back then we basically discovered Ethereum looking for the best solution to do this. We did not really choose the best solution, not because of blockchain or Ethereum, but because we did not manage to find the right economic model for it. When we started working on this product, Ethereum and gas were actually pretty cheap. We were able to build an email that we launched in early 2017 without its own token. It used Ethereum to send and receive emails and messages, but we basically failed to make it usable in terms that when Ethereum price skyrocketed to a couple of $100 and then to $1,000, we ended up with the world's most expensive email. But because as a company, we were building very different products, we realized that there is a lot of future in Ethereum and similar technology stacks and in blockchain itself. So we decided to focus just on this market going forward. And in general, we tried to apply our 15 years of experience in building software products to this space. The first client we worked with was called Celsius Network. They had a successful ICO in early 2018, and right now they have a crypto lending platform that manages over $600 million in loans and has over 77,000 people with active wallets who deposited money to the Celsius network. So this is probably the biggest. It's more or less the biggest client that we have right now, and working with Celsius for these last almost 3 years was a great experience, going from 0 users to 77,000. So when we put ourselves in this position, we had to understand that we are building completely new products with really raw business ideas. 3 years ago, when we started working with Celsius and similar companies, there was only one other company that was interested in lending cryptocurrencies, and right now DeFi is obviously pretty much the leading use case. Basically, when we look at the blockchain ecosystem right now, and we are using very unstable new technologies. So while we were already accustomed to entering new markets or trying to solve a problem in a different way with Web2 technologies, with Web3 technologies, we had a completely different challenge, because R&D was very different than building other types of products, and I'll explain why. When you're trying to design for value, basically for a product that needs to be adopted by a mass market, you have to understand that you are not really building a blockchain product, you are building a product. And you have to think about, is this technology stack actually the best way for you to go? Why do you, or that famous question more or less, why do you actually need blockchain? And do people actually want to have the problem you're trying to solve for solved? In blockchain, this is basically still a chicken and egg problem in certain terms for several reasons. I would say that all blockchain products being built right now have value, and that is because of a lot of R&D being invested in the technology itself. With blockchain products, you are relying on the early market. You are relying on the people who want to try new things. And in many cases, even if it's proven that your business model, like for our email, was a bad idea in the end, and that you probably need to rethink the product itself, you still get a lot of value from just building on top of the technology. Right now, we have, as I said, a company that deals just with building Web 3.0 products for other people. We have 50 employees, most of them are developers. And this company grew from nothing as a spin-off startup for us, being spin-off from our main business, and currently it's our main business, and it's the thing that puts food on our table. And it's all because we built this one product or several products based on blockchain that had no business being in the market right now, but they enabled us to learn how certain problems are solved. So I noticed a lot of products, we've been working with, who I think have no possibility to currently be used in the market. Their market penetration is low, but I think that the teams behind them are going to use this new knowledge very well in a couple of years, and then they will probably be building either new products that will actually hit the mainstream market, or these people are probably even going to have to last out a long period with the current product, and then to show the world that this is actually needed a couple of years from now. I would say that even blockchain as a technology in many cases and for many industries as a supportive technology is still out there mostly for innovators and early adopters, and many industries are not yet ready for it completely, so we'll probably see a lot larger grow in something like 2 to 5 years. But when you focus on these things, your early adopters and all of these people, you don't want to do that for too long. If you want to have a profitable company, you need to move forward, and if you want to grow, you basically need to reach product market fit. And for this, we mostly used classical techniques, that you can read about in startups. In many cases, first meetings with our clients are basically working with them on canvases and product discovery, basically defining the value proposition and how is our product, the product that we are going to build for them, going to solve the issues and to deliver value to the end users. And we even developed some of the tools that are being used for this now ourselves. So I think that in aspects of finding room for blockchain in these products is not doing it by force, but basically gathering the facts, about the technology itself, and why is it, as I said, a good solution for a certain type of product. All of the time you need to think about how blockchain is delivering value. So do not ever consider it the solution per se. Always just consider it a part of the technology stack you are trying to build to prove something. To prove that certain user base actually needs something like this. When you are building a product that is going to be your MVP in these cases, in many cases you can even test some of these things out without blockchain itself. You can basically in the early versions of the product for beta, for showing investors, etc. You can try to show the business logic and the user flow, even if the blockchain part is not ready yet, or maybe you didn't even start working on it. But I think that one of the main things is in these cases is to show that people are actually going to find this product sticky, and blockchain is just going to add additional value in different ways based on what you are trying to achieve here. So, as I said, we failed on our first attempt in defining the business model for the first product we were building. And that hurt us a lot because we always considered ourselves very good at doing that, defining business models for ourselves and for our customers. So, as I also mentioned, usually in these cases, we use the stuff like business model canvases, value proposition canvases to visualize this for our customers and for ourselves when we were doing post-mortems and similar things. So during our post-mortem, for this first blockchain-related project, we basically also decided to create a new tool, because we realized that visualizing it on a business model canvas is not working, because the price point and the way that we had to pay for Ethereum network to validate the incentives for different people to be a part of this, and then we couldn't control that price, was our downfall. We decided to create two different canvases. One is called the token modeling canvas. I won't be really mentioning it more today, but you can download it on our website. And the second one is Decentralized business model canvas. So we went again from who are our users, what do they actually need. This is an example that we filled out on a product that we also built. I will share a link to it. It's called Scriptarnica. It's basically a peer-to-peer book sharing service with microtransactions and giving you the ability to pay as you go. It targeted two different types of people, basically readers or researchers who want to pay just for one part of the book, either because they want to see will they like it, or they maybe are doing some sort of an academic research and just need a certain chapter from 1,000 books, and they do not need to buy the 1,000 books themselves. They just need these specific chapters. So we added different players also. We realized over time that the product itself is very interesting for people who want to self-publish, for indie authors, because of the academia part also for universities. And we tried to define the value proposition for this and to define the solution that you can see here. Basically, then the main difference is between a classical business model canvas and this canvas is that here we are trying to basically understand in these cases how actually are we going to validate these transactions in order to reach trust between our users, and how are we going to incentivize the validators for this. The other things really important also is how do we keep in touch with the user base and how is the network actually being governed. So when you look at this, and again, you can download this from the website, we'll share the links later on Discord. When you look at this, this is a somewhat changed business model canvas, which tries to focus on the value or proposition of decentralization and using blockchain for this business. It's definitely proven for us to be a pretty good visualization tools for different projects. So one of the most things when you are working with canvases or visualization tools, and when you start getting first feedback for either experts in the industry or the domain, and from early users is to actually try and validate the ideas and not take them for granted. So the first thing that we try to do here is to understand what are our risky assumptions, basically. We try to give them certain value, stuff like, okay, can we actually get legal, permission to publish books on such a platform, because maybe a lot of authors have, strict contracts or contracts that they that provide exclusivity to their publishers, etc., etc. So we try to gauge, how big of an impact will this have if we are wrong, and what is the possibility of being wrong. Many of these things are relatively easy to prove, and in some cases you actually need to build an early version of the product and start talking to customers. But in blockchain space, as I said, they are a bit harder because usually we are dealing with two different types of variables. When you are building an old school, Web 2.0 technology product, you basically have to verify, do the user want this? And if they don't, you're in the wrong market. With blockchain, even if they don't want it right now and you do not have a big enough market, maybe that will change in a year. For different reasons, we'll mention them. But the second thing also is, can the technology actually support this? And in many cases, we had to build, the entire product to actually show the people that it can actually be achieved with the current level of blockchain technology that we have. And that is pretty much what we had to prove. The other thing you are proving is the decentralized way of doing things actually better than the centralized way? There in many cases, speed, ability to control certain outcomes, etc., are much easier in centralized systems. But if our main value is coming from decentralization, then you need to prove that the opportunity of decentralization is basically valuable enough compared to what to the centralized systems your competitors are currently using. Then probably the thing that needs to be understood in certain ways, and is a downfall of many blockchain products, because they rely on this completely new technology. Well, completely new, it's around 10 years now, but relatively new to a lot of things that we have. A lot of blockchain applications are actually relatively hard to use for the end user. And we as a company, tried to make these products much easier to use, and we had a lot of chances to do that, when we tried to talk to our customers in plain English instead of trying to teach them blockchain, first of all, and that was especially useful, as I mentioned, for products such as Celsius Network that have tens of thousands of users and that basically have to have a really good onboarding flow if they want to keep going. So in many cases, to speak in plain English, you want to display as little information as possible. You want to show just the essential things, which is something developers usually do not like. So if we didn't have really good UX designers, me coming from the engineering side would probably make really bad decisions in the UX parts. But happily, I think we have some really great designers working at the company. And, when you're working on the minimum viable product, you're basically trying to validate your user personas, validate user flows, and show the people, that this is something that people are actually going to be using even before building the actual final version or usable version of the product. So keep that always in mind. Basically you need to, in the first versions of the product, you are basically not designing for people to use the product, you are designing for people to validate your risky assumptions. So if you build a product that is not going to show you if your risky assumptions are actually right or wrong, you might be analyzing the wrong data and shooting yourself in the foot because you do not actually understand the user base, although your UX design is maybe even flawless. As I said, we really are trying to, in some way, give back to the community regarding this. So if you want to take a UI kit for wallets, we built over 20-25 wallets so far, and we decided then to use that knowledge to create a UI kit called wallet.io. If you go to that website, you can see it in the down right corner, and if you just go to that website, you can download and see the entire wallet building UI UX kit and download it and use it for your projects. The same as you can download the canvases that we build and other tools for validating blockchain ideas from our website. So pretty much, as I said, as a company, we grew from a couple of people doing blockchain projects to 50 employees working just on building blockchain products. So far in these close to 3 years of working together, we built over 20 different projects. 10 or 11 of them were built on side chains that need to communicate with the main chain in order to bring value to the end users. So we really think that during this time we mastered several different public and private blockchains, and we really consider blockchain to be a part of our future. It's a supportive technology. It's going to come together with 5G. It's going to come together with mass adoption probably of IoT. It's already there in fintech, and I really think that it's going to be a mainstream part of fintech in 2 or 3 years. When it comes to corporate use cases, where I do see it a lot, mostly in terms of working with the supply chains, working with IoT devices, incentivizing peer-to-peer networks, etc., etc. I think we're unfortunately going to be waiting between 5 and 10 years for many use cases. Even when we look at some big corporations right now, they're still going through digital transformation. Blockchain is a part of digital transformation for these companies. It's really not a solution that they can just plug and play to their existing systems. So even if in 2 or 3 years we have blockchain completely ready to take on really big challenges. I don't think many industries working with blockchains are completely ready for that. But if you are trying to build a product or trying to build a company that is going to be in a lucrative space and be very successful in 5 to 10, 15 years from now, I think you should definitely jump on the Web 3.0 wagon and use blockchain for your projects. Thank you, everyone, for your time, and I'm looking forward for any questions.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Your sound went a little bit patchy towards the end, but I think we were able to get the main points. I don't see any questions in the chat, but I am wondering whether you can, if you are in Discord, whether you can share either the slides or any kind of resources that people might be able to reach you at or continue exploring some of the work that you've been doing. I think that would be great.
Awesome. In that case, I'll do that. I'll send the links and to the tools and projects and some case studies to Discord, along with my LinkedIn. And if anyone wants to reach out, I would love to talk. Sorry about some issues. Not sure why that happened. Here in Belgrade, we are under martial law. 20 hours a day. We going out to the streets, it's forbidden. So right now I'm at home, and probably many people are watching Netflix or something. So that might have affected it.
I have absolutely had issues with the internet with everybody being at home. It's a real strain on all the networks, I think, right now in terms of bandwidth. So, but it's fine. Like the full presentation was absolutely fine. It's just in the last 2 or 3 minutes that it went a little bit patchy, but we could still understand what you were saying. So thank you so much. Pop everything in Discord, whether it's in the Metatrack or even in the general channel. I think that would be very helpful. And thank you so much.
Thank you. And thank you for the hospitality and the opportunity to chat. Looking forward to the next conference.
Thank you so much. See you soon. Great. So thank you, Ivan. You'll be able to find all of the links in Discord. The next speaker will be Rachel Black from 3Box, and she will be chatting about building with composable data and user identities. That will start in about 20 minutes. So what we'll do is, and that will be our final talk for the Metatrack. We did a little bit of a scheduling adjustment earlier in the day. So my talk actually moved to this morning this afternoon, early afternoon, because Peter from Metacartel couldn't make it. So Rachel will be on in 20 minutes. So I will see you back here in 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And then the NetCon canceled because it was basically sponsored by a bunch of people from China.
Hello, hello. Can you unmute yourself? You literally just click the little microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Cool. Just gonna make this full screen.
So essentially with the presentation, all you do is go to the little share screen, bottom left, and pick share tab, because then otherwise it will share your full screen.
These three dots at the bottom?
No, on the other side, there's a little screen next to the hand.
Share. I can see share screen and raise your hand.
Yes. Oh, you mean to make it bigger?
Yeah, okay, right. Okay, cool. So you're saying share the tab. Cool. I've got it now.
Yeah. Because that's like super easy, and then you can do other stuff in the background if you need to.
Cool.
And then what we'll do is if we have any questions, we will in the Discord chat. I'm probably gonna just get them to ask them here live. It's so much better. And then if you have any issues with your connectivity, although it's been going very well, you can click on those three dots and you have manage video quality. And you can switch it from HD to standard definition. But like I say, it's been absolutely fine. Like even with our crappy internet in the UK, I think it's fine.
Cool. That's good to hear. Do you know if it's possible for me to like pop out the screen so I can look at this at the same time as my presentation, or is that something that's not possible?
What do you mean?
I was just thinking if it's possible to have a look at the video conferencing screen and the presentation at the same time, or would I have to be watching the presentation?
So if you want to see yourself, you can just literally click on your camera to re-enable it, because what the sharing screen does is it automatically cuts your video. But you can, so if you go back to share, so keep sharing, but then what will happen is you will click on your start camera and you'll appear at the bottom of the screen. So try leaving that on, but just click on the little camera next to the hang up button and the
here
microphone. Yeah.
Cool.
See? So now you're at the bottom. So that's perfect, because that's exactly how it will show up on the live stream as well.
Okay, cool. Actually, wait, I can't see that when I can see it on this screen, but I can't. It seems to not transfer across to the other tab. Sorry about this. I'm being a bit slow.
What other tab do you need?
Right, I see. It's yeah, I'm not sure. So this non-con interspace is on a different window than the one that I'm sharing. So it doesn't really matter. I don't think. I'm happy to kind of go without it anyway. But it's just that I can only see the presentation. I can't actually see the screen at all, but it's fine. We'll just continue.
It's like, that's pretty much how I ran it earlier. So as long as you're able to control the presentation and to go between the slides, you're fine.
Let's try. I'm really being very slow here.
We've got like 10 minutes until you have to start, so you're good.
Okay, cool. This is the warm-up section.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm going to go to full screen. Okay. So when I'm in the intercom, I can see I can't control the Google doc
Be
now?
on the Google one, because essentially, like, so if you just have, I would suggest doing one tab with your presentation and then the other one with the intercon chat, with the interspace chat, which is what you're on now. And then just have one more tab with the presentation. And then you can kind of alternate between the two, but you will control the presentation from the tab with the slides.
Okay, let me see. How's the conference been today? Have you been emceeing it for a while?
Yeah, since this morning.
Oh, wow. So long day.
Yeah, it has been.
Yeah. Has there been some interesting topics and presentations?
There have been, like, it's a really good track, and obviously it's super interesting to hear all the talks, but I did have a couple that I wanted to kind of go to in the other tracks and I couldn't, so like, damn it. But it's fine. The streams are there, the recordings are there, so
cool.
It's all good. So yeah, does that make sense? So when you're sharing this, you can loop back into the interspace chat and toggle between the two. So the interspace chat, you'll be able to essentially still see.
Yeah, I'm still having some difficulty getting both this screen with the chat and the being able to control it. But I think I'm just going to go over into the document because I think that's going to be most straightforward. So I'll do that. Full screen mode now.
And then do your video if you want to have it at the bottom of the screen as well. Like reactivate it in the...
Yeah, for some reason that's not working for me. I'm not sure why. Anyway, do you want me to kick things off now anyway?
Yeah, let's do it.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, thank you for inviting me to speak. It's good to be here, and like it's cool that there's events happening even though we're kind of locked down and in our houses as well. It's good to keep in the loop. I'm going to be talking about building composable data and user identities with 3box. So if you don't know me, this is me. I'm Rachel Black. I'm the DevRel lead over at 3box. That's my Twitter handle. Please follow me. I always like more followers. Yeah, so that's get it kicked off. So this is kind of the problem statement, and this is really not news to anyone, whether they're kind of in our industry or outside of our industry, but we really know that user data is broken on the web. And what does this mean? So for users, of course, they're very fearful. They really don't have any transparency over what's happening to their data, and they have no agency, and there's a lot of security risks to them. There was every day we're kind of hearing about new hacks and data exposure, etc. But likewise, for developers, it's not a smooth path either, because there's a lot of complexity that has to go into kind of managing user data for applications. And this could often be stuff that's not really part of your kind of core value proposition. Hopefully, you're not building a kind of data mining application, although, as we know, a lot of the internet is running on that business model. But often you are having to kind of have all this infrastructure and manage all this data because you need users, but it's not really the core value proposition of what you're trying to deliver. So that can be pretty demotivational for developers, and obviously there's risks involved with doing that as well. So what we're proposing is, and it's not just 3box, but this is kind of the vision of the world of kind of decentralized identity generally, but it's it's kind of going from what we see over on this side of the screen, which is what we have today, or what we've been used to with largely with Web 2, where user data is really organized around applications. So when we join any site, we're always creating a new profile, adding user data to that specific site, be it Facebook, government site, Match, or whatever. And then we're actually going to shift over to what we see on the other side of the screen here, which is actually more around user data being under control of users and applications reading that data as and when they need it, or as and when the user gives them access to it. So it's really kind of quite a big shift in terms of how we architect things and how we think about things in terms of user data there. So I've already mentioned this kind of paradigm shift is being powered by a decentralized identity. Of course, we're not the only people in this space, but it's very much been kind of lineage of where we've come from. The 3box founders, they originally in Newport, and now kind of taking this knowledge into the 3box as well. So what does this give users? So users get a lot more agency, pretty much all the good stuff: agency, transparency, empowerment. We can give them cryptographic control and data that can be used across applications, which is really nice, because we're kind of building the systems that don't have the same lock-in that we've seen with Web 2, and data can be used kind of more interoperability across different applications. It can also be users can obviously have granular control of their data, so they don't have to kind of give all of their data to every single site. They can choose which data they'd like to disclose to who. Hopefully this will be a really good one. It can stop user data being the product, and we can actually build applications that offer true value rather than kind of tricking our users into using our service and actually, making a lot of money off their data, and that should really belong to them. So coming to 3box and 3box User Data Cloud. I'll give you just a kind of high level of the kind of tech that's involved and how, at a very high level, how 3box works. So it's basically integratable with any Web3 wallet, so MetaMask, Porters, any Web3 enabled wallet. And then from that, we work with wallets because, we're not in the business of creating a wallet, and actually there's a lot of other people who are out there doing it already better than us. So we want to work within those systems. But what will happen is a user will sign a message with the cryptographic key pair from their wallet, and then that signed message, we derive the DID and the keys around the DID. In 3box's case, we call it 3ID, but it's a decentralized identifier as part of the spec. And then that lives on the user's machine. We don't hold that. That just stays in local storage for the user. And that's used to encrypt and sign data, which is stored on IPFS. So we're kind of using that technology there. We also use OrbitDB to give IPFS a kind of database structure. So we're using key value store, and I think an append log as well. And then down at the bottom, you can have your decentralized application, which can use our 3box.js API, which will allow your application to access data that the users have stored within this 3box ecosystem. Of course, that will all be under the consent of the data the user wants to give access to, but providing users are clicking that they agree to share their data, then the front end of your application will be able to read that. So that's a very high level of what we do. This is really cool because it shows you that actually with 3box, you can start to build applications that use data rather than manage it. And this is great for developers because it kind of frees up a lot of the kind of headache that we spoke about at the beginning of all the complexity, all the time, or the worry and risk of kind of managing data. With this system, you go actually much freer to just focus on the value out of what you're building. So we can see here, we've got your awesome DApp. We know there's a lot of awesome DApps around, so that's cool. So you have your application logic. Maybe you're using some blockchain, whether that's for payments or in another use. And then you have the user. They have a key pair, whether that's in a wallet, and then you have the 3ID. Over here on the other side, we can see actually all of all of the kind of decentralized, all of the decentralized identity and all the decentralized infrastructure that 3box is bringing you. So using the system, you're going to be able to access the data that users store in the distributed storage. We also have some messaging and chat APIs as well. I'll come on to talk to that in a minute. But all of this stuff is kind of accessible for you to use kind of with very low touch. And it's really about using it rather than managing it. So you don't need to kind of run this infrastructure. You don't need to, it's not really what you are managing. So it's really an easy way to kind of integrate the stuff, and actually will save you a lot of time, and you can have a lot more time to focus on what you're building. For developers, this means you can get distributed database storage. Again, it's really nice because you don't have to run your own IPFS nodes. You don't have to figure out how to use OrbitDB. We've done that, and it's all kind of abstracted away from the end developer. You can just use our API, and that will kind of access that for you. So it's a really nice minimal way for developers to interact with those services. We can also build data-rich applications. And this is particularly true if we think about like what's possible if we were just to use, say, a smart contract. Clearly, it's not suitable, and we know that there's a lot of data that you want to have off-chain. Your other option could be like maybe putting it in a centralized server, but I guess a lot of applications don't want to do that. Or you could be configuring your own IPFS nodes and storing the data in there. But again, there's a lot of overheads in terms of setting that up, and it's IPFS, and its pure form is just really file storage, and then you'd also still have to do the connecting up of user identities to that data. With 3box, you can actually start to build these data-rich applications that are much more similar to the kind of Web 2 applications that your users will be familiar with and really expecting to use. So you can start to build these much more data-rich applications, and it's really exciting. There's a lot of possibilities here, and I'll show you some of our APIs and some of the stuff that is possible. But what I really like is you can actually work with all of this using just front-end code. So it's great for people like me, as I was a React developer before I got into DevRel, and it's really nice to kind of have everything kind of front-end and just easy to kind of get going with. So I'll give you a quick overview of our development tools. So we have Spaces and our Profiles API. And so Spaces and Profiles are actually kind of quite similar. I think Profiles was the first one that we launched with. And those of you who've been following 3box since we started just about a year and a half ago will know that this is the kind of first API that we launched with, and providing global profiles, global avatars, and global kind of profile data for the Ethereum space was our first kind of value proposition, or our first offering. It's really nice because it means that once users have set up their profile data once in 3box, whether that's using 3box Hub or whether that's like natively an application that you've built, wherever they've done that, that profile data will be pulled into any application that's using 3box. So it makes it very, very easy for users to kind of feel familiar. They're going to see their avatar, they're going to see their name, and it's much nicer than looking at hex codes or continually having to create the same profile that we always use generally across loads of applications. So that was the first thing that we launched with. Data in profiles is obviously user controlled, and data can either be stored in a public, so that's unencrypted, or it could be private, so you can store data in an encrypted way. Of course, if we're storing it encrypted, then the users would have to consent to access that as well. And then we also have Spaces API. So Spaces API is actually quite similar to Profiles, but it's really designed to be more context specific and less global. So typically, if you were building your own application, you'd probably create a space for it. You might even want to go more granular than that and then create like spaces within the application, depending on your use case. But once again, we can see that we can have either private or public storage in there. Both Profiles and Spaces are using key value storage. So that's pretty much the data structure we use. So yeah, it's pretty familiar for most developers, and it's a nice way to kind of store off-chain data in a user-centric way. And then we also have threads. So threads is where we can start to have like collaborative data. So this is really where we want to, if we want to have groups of people communicating, whether that's messaging or whether it's more kind of content feeds, threads is the APIs that you want to use. And we have quite a number of different threads. There's actually a more recent one which isn't on here, but I'll talk you through what we've got. So we have persistent threads. Persistent threads are threads that are persisted on IPFS. So it's really good for, I think, things like social media feeds where you always want to make sure the data is available. Of course, you know, yeah, so it's always available. We also have ghost threads. So ghost threads are not persisted. So they are just using IPFS PubSub, and that's a pure peer-to-peer in-memory messaging API. So that's super fast. And it can actually be really good for things where maybe, you know, you don't want to persist it to IPFS. We had a DMV demolisher submission at Denver, which was all about sharing kind of IDs and credentials over ghost threads. And of course, nothing was persisted. So there was a little bit of extra kind of security for the users in that sense. But of course, it's not right for everything. You wouldn't want to put like a social media feed into ghost thread because you want to make it sure that it's available and your users can access it. And we also launched confidential threads. We launched this in February. Confidential threads is basically, it's using asymmetric encryption so that we're encrypting data for the members or the participants of those threads. And for each of these threads, there's different, you can break them down. They can either be like public and open, or you can have like members. There's various different ways that you can configure it based upon your use case and your need as well. And then finally over here, we have plugins. So plugins is, when we were building 3box, we noticed that there's kind of functionality that's kind of used pretty much ubiquitously. And it's things like having a profile hover component. Of course, when you're using profiles, you want to kind of have that nice, like low touch. Oh, I've just clicked on the profile and I can see, you know, the user's avatar, I can see their name, and it's looking a lot more user friendly than just kind of a hex code that we might use. So we've created React components that are pretty much kind of drop in, very easy to use, great for hackathons, and fun to play around with. I think it's, if you're new to 3box and you just kind of want to get a feel for what's possible and hack something together kind of quickly, it's good. Of course, it's also, yeah, these are production plugins, so you can use them in your production app as well. We also have comments, chat box, and profile edit as well. So you can embed editing a profile directly in the application as well. We also have this. So I'm not going to talk too much about Ceramic, just because it's kind of a little bit out of scope of this talk. But it's something that launched recently, and it's a big launch for us. It is actually separate to 3box. So Ceramic protocol is its own like independent protocol. 3box will use it, but it's also open and like we'll have other people using it, and it's kind of a collaborative space. So it's definitely not something that's living underneath it's not something that's living underneath 3box, but it is something that 3box will use. And essentially, it's a way to kind of create decentralized documents. So this is great. Well, it was developed initially because we had a need to have decentralized DID documents. At the moment, 3box, when we started, we had more kind of progressive decentralization approach. So we have, and it's still in use at the moment. We're going to be shifting over to Ceramic in the next few sprints. But we had an address server which kind of connected the mappings there as well. But this Ceramic, we wanted to decentralize that up. But then we also realized it's actually possible to kind of make this more abstract, and there's a lot more flexibility in terms of documents that could be built using that, and a lot of opportunity there. But yeah, I don't want to go into this too much. But I will say, actually, I might be able to share this quickly. I'll give you this link because we're actually going to be running I'll open up the chat room.
So we will have to be in the Discord in
Okay, cool. Let me just quickly open Discord. So,
and just either put it in general or in Metatrack. Metatrack might make more sense. Or send it to me afterwards, and I'll share it.
I'll send it to you because I think actually. Okay, cool. But basically, we're going to have a technical webinar on Thursday. So I think it's at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Joel, Senna will be there. They're going to kind of do like a technical deep dive. So if you are interested in ceramic, I definitely recommend signing up for that because can go into a lot more of kind of how it works and the use cases of it as well. But it's really exciting, something that actually does open up a lot of possibilities and goes much more beyond just how 3box will use it and be, a really kind of beneficial thing for like interoperability in the industry generally. I was also going to say this. We are sponsoring Dragon Quest Hackathon, which is happening at the moment. So we have 1,000 die for best 3box integration. So if you're not doing that already, you should be. It's a perfect thing to do during lockdown. But yeah, just jump onto that. I was also going to show you, let me just share my screen. So kind of coming back to like the original topic, which was using decentralized identity and composable data. I wanted to show you a recent 3box integration, which is sabler.me, which was really cool because it's a really nice application anyway. I'm just going to pop it over. Here we go. So basically, this is, I'll just share the screen. Cool. So it's kind of pretty much modeled on PayPal.me. So you can use Sabler to kind of stream crypto to somebody else who has an ENS name. But what was really nice about it, and it kind of shows just how actually profiles can make things a lot more familiar and actually already open up a really nice user experience for your users. So when I first came to this, I just saw it look like this. And all I needed to do was just click. And already, because I've already set up my 3box profile, it was already there for me. So I could see my avatar, I could see my username. So it's really nice that this data is there and you can kind of tap in and use it as an application developer there as well. But yeah, I've got... And also, whilst we're here, I was also going to just show you 3box Hub, because I think it's also a useful place to get started with if you're not familiar with 3box, and you can kind of see functionality that is possible. Share again. So once I log in, and hopefully this will be quick. I know sometimes with Zoom, it's a nightmare, but hopefully this video software will be better than that. But once you log in, you can see your user profile. You can edit it there in 3box Hub. You can see our chat box plugin as well. And it's really just kind of an overview of what's possible. We built this to kind of demo what you could build with 3box. So it's definitely not the kind of, it's not all that's possible. But you can see easily like the stuff that you can drop into applications as well. So here we can see my profile here. And we can also see chat box. This is one of the plugins that I mentioned. And this is the one that's using our Ghost Threads API. So it's really nice for just dropping a troll box in and your users can talk. And yeah, just adding a little bit more sociability and functionality there as well. Oh yeah, I can see some messages coming in. So yeah, that's it really. I think I know my talk is a little short today. I've had to I'm having to travel back to the UK for some family reasons, so it's all been a bit hectic. But I'm also happy to take any questions or talk a little bit or share some links if people want them as well.
So we haven't had any questions over in Discord. I don't know if there are any questions in here, so just let me know if there are. I was going to say, so yeah, if you send me all of the links, then I can post them in the Discord for everyone. And also it might be useful if you want to also tweet any of the links, like attached to the tweet that Parallel Polis tweeted with your name and like your speaker slot. That might also be an interesting one.
Okay, cool. I will send you this now actually on Jason, do you on Telegram? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine, and I'll just pull them into Discord. That's not a problem. And then that's interesting with ceramic, because I saw that going live. When was that? It was only a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just like 2 weeks ago. We had the first community call on that on Thursday, so it's which was kind of more of like an overview and just first intro. But this Thursday we're going to be doing Joel's going to be doing a kind of deep tech dive as well. So it's a great place. We're kind of interested to find out a little bit more about how it works as well. But no, we're super excited. I think it's great for like 3box to kind of be decentralized in this way. But I think what's more exciting in terms of like what it opens up just generally beyond like just DID, you can have like service packs, you can have like, I think there's like many ideas actually that we probably haven't thought of, but kind of having these distributed documents can be very powerful.
Interesting. Do you have a recording of that first call that you guys?
I'm pretty sure there will be one actually.
Because that would also be super useful again for just like an overview to maybe look at before this call on Thursday next week.
Yeah, I will ping that over to you. And also, if you're not, we have a ceramic Discord now. So if you're not in it already, also I'll send a link to that as well, because there's a lot of there's a lot more context in there as well. And it's gonna that's where most of the ceramic conversation will go, because it is a kind of separate kind of
entity.
Yeah, exactly. Than 3box.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And I guess in terms of the hackathon that you mentioned, are you doing anything with ceramic, or is it just the 3box bounty?
No, it is 3box. So it's more about just using our API. So 3box, we have a 3box.js, which is kind of the main one that I'd imagine people would use, which is for DApp developers. You can also use the plugins. You could use Identity Wallet, which is something I didn't speak about, but Identity Wallet is our API for wallets. So if you want to build kind of a wallet, or if you want to integrate in with Wallet, then you can do that. But I think most people will probably be using 3box.js because it's more, our bounty for Metacartel is for best overall 3box integration.
Okay.
Kind of seeing as more of a kind of traditional, like build a cool application. Obviously, we're looking for applications that are kind of using 3box in like a meaningful and substantial way. Also looking for applications that have good user experience. I think wow factor. We want something kind of fun and exciting as well. Functionality. That was the other one as well. So
the ingredients for adoption.
It's I'm really excited to see just what's coming out of Dragon Quest as well. It seems like there's a pretty awesome community over there as well. And I know you're also involved in this.
Yeah, we're very much focusing on that UX element, and I think for me in particular, having been to so many different hackathons since the beginning of 2018, I am really enjoying seeing how much more teams look at UX and at functionality and at usability used to, 2 years ago or even 1 year ago. So it's very nice to see people really building solutions for problems and really thinking, okay, we need normal users to be able to look at this and then understand what they need to do.
I agree with you. I think it definitely does feel that it's kind of matured quite a lot. Particularly almost in the last 6 months, like at East London, it's like a lot of these tools are here now that you can. So I think before it was like there wasn't so many tools that you could build something usable in a short period, like a hackathon. But there are tools like 3box, a lot of other tools that make it actually possible to kind of build stuff that looks more familiar to users, and you don't kind of need a cryptography degree to figure out, which is good.
Exactly. And I think the more we do, the educational pieces, and the more we enable the hackers to tap into the material, the apps, like make them aware of what is out there. Even like you mentioned East London, there were so many people at East London that had never been to a blockchain hackathon or a hackathon full stop, and were able to build things.
Which was problematic like a year ago or something.
It was impossible. Come on.
Yeah. It was nice.
Impossible.
It definitely feels like it's becoming like a bit more product and a little bit less like dev tools.
Yes.
Which is getting closer to the end user for sure.
Yes. Or like, let me go do this over the weekend, and it's kind of like a weekend project to prove how much I can do, but it's completely unusable. Right. So yeah, super exciting. Okay. Well, thank you so much. I bought the links, so I will share them in the Metatrack Discord channel.
Cool.
And then, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And have a nice evening once you get off the conference as well.
Thank you so much.
Take care. Bye.
Later. Bye. So thank you, everyone. This concludes the Metatrack for the day, because we had a little bit of a rescheduling earlier today where Peter from Metacartel wasn't able to make it. So I moved my talk instead of his at 1 p.m. Vienna time. So this is it from us. You can head over. I think there are a couple of extra talks happening in the other two rooms. I think Shiv is chatting in. Where is he chatting? He is chatting in Crypto Economics Lab in about an hour, and then I think Gregor is chatting about fair data in the Parallel Society. And then in 2 hours from now, there will be the after party. So head over to that. And yes, thank you so much for attending. This concludes Metatrack for Saturday. Don't forget, tomorrow it will be back we are live from, let me just double check. We will be live from 12 p.m. and we will be chatting all about DeFi. So we will see you then. Thank you so much.